Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. Hope everybody's having a good day. I am this time today live earlier than I usually am, but I'm also later than I was supposed to be. And I'm waiting for David. He's going to join me. So he's going to be here in a little bit, in a little bit. Yeah. He's going to be here in a little bit. I usually schedule it for half an hour from now, but today I wanted to schedule it earlier because there was lots to talk about, and I also felt very angry and very strongly about the topic that I want to talk about today. But then, honestly, the delay here. The reason I'm suddenly live half an hour later than I actually planned it is because I have a lot of anger today, and I said a lot of things with anger earlier today related to the topic that we're talking about. And for a little bit, I was wondering if I should just not do this live stream. And here I am. I still want to do the live stream. I just want to do it a little bit differently. I have spent much of the last half year trying to be a better person, and which comes with trying to be a Christian. And I think for most of the time things are going very well, and there's a lot of change that I feel generally, especially inwardly. I said inwardly. Stop reacting weirdly. I said inwardly. There's a lot of good stuff. So there's a lot of change on the inside that I feel, and I have a lot of change and a lot of peace and a lot of goodness and all that. But sometimes I still have a lot of anger that I let out, and that gets the better of me. So I hope and pray that I can be better today. Yeah. Part of me also just wants to this live stream to get as few viewers as possible. Just because I feel so conflicted about it. But anyway, there is so yesterday there was a thing that was published. Was it yesterday? Yeah, that was yesterday on Tucker Carlson. So Tucker Carlson had an interview with a nun, apparently an Orthodox nun, and she made some really, really interesting statements during her interview. And upon seeing that, I really got extremely angry, because here is the thing. So what actually happened is, I'm just going to talk about it. I deleted the tweet, but a few hours ago I made a tweet in which I depicted her as Satan, and said, people are telling me that I should be respectful toward a nun, and I will not be respectful, and people need to stop asking me to be respectful toward a person who does the things that she does, because the things that she does are defending Hamas, defending Islamic terrorists, defending Islamists, whitewashing them, justifying their terrorism. In fact, now that I'm remembering and speaking about it, I just think, all of it was justified, man. All of my anger was justified. But justifying them, defending them, sugarcoating them. And the thing is, a lot of you guys know, a lot of people who have followed my channel know that David and I went to Israel. We went there without any funding from anyone else except from our channel, by the way, and from people who have been watching and who wanted to contribute to the trip. So we went there with our means and experienced Israel. And I interacted while there with a lot of people in Israel, with Israelis, with victims of the Hamas terrorist attacks, with loved ones, with the families of the victims. I sat and watched hours and hours and hours and hours of footage of the Hamas terrorists and things that they have done to people. And in fact, after that trip, it was kind of weird because on the one hand, I got very spiritual and I started being very impacted by religiosity and by my trip to Israel and what it meant religiously. What's up, Kay? Good to see you here. It was very, very good to meet you in person. On the other hand, I was very deeply scarred, I would say, by the things that Hamas did. And I got so freaking angry for the next 2 years. And I've said some really, really, really harsh, really brutal things about the people that are in Gaza and all that. Where was I going with this? Oh, yeah. I'm still trying to deal with it and still trying to just, change my reactions from pure hatred and anger and wrath into patience and goodness and all that. But then yesterday, I come back from a trip. I haven't slept in a lot of time, and then I open my devices, and then I see an interview. I see a nun sitting down and defending those terrorists who have done such horrible things to people, and I just lost all my newfound patience, and I let out the hatred that I have inside against her. And you know what? Apparently, so many people have nothing better to do with their lives except to care about what I say about a nun. Which is why so many people apparently started sending emails to my church, to my priest, to my hierarchs, to people around me. Apparently they have nothing better to do, including, by the way, I'm going to get in trouble now, man. Including people in higher positions, including priests, including clergy, including people who have a lot of influence online in the Orthodox Christian Church. Apparently they have nothing better to do. Apparently people being brutally killed and genocided by Islamists is like, it's none of their concern at all. They have nothing better to do except to take their time and write emails and get in touch with my priest and my church to try and tell them to do something about me because I said some mean things about a nun. Anyway, I'm losing it again here. So I'm going to actually sit down and upon request by so many people who apparently think I didn't watch the whole thing and I need to watch it to get a better idea, I do need to, I will go through the entire interview here. I will check it all out. However, before doing that, I actually want to do something very nice because here's the thing. When somebody asked me to sit down and watch it, I actually clicked on the video. And the first thing that I saw, I don't know how I saw that, but the first thing that I saw is that there was a chapter about Hamas. So I thought, wait, what was that? And then I went there. What is the purpose of Hamas? And I heard what was being said, and I listened to the stuff around it. And then you already see this, the mission for greater Israel. Now, I would expect a person who is truthful and who is honest to sit down and say, oh yeah, the greater Israel, no, that's just a conspiracy theory. There's actually no such thing. It's actually just a hoax. But no, she sits down and says, oh yeah, Israel has this greater Israel plan and all that. Yeah, that's totally happening. Then she talks about Hamas and how good Hamas is. So I made a video earlier today just to get into the mood of pointing out what's wrong with her. And I'm going to play that. And I apologize for depicting her as an evil devil. I probably shouldn't do that. And I also apologize for saying that for all I care, she could die together with the Hamas terrorists. I do not apologize for saying that she's an evil, filthy liar. So, but here, let's look at that.
We're just flooded with this message that those terrorists are coming to get us next, which is absurd. Has any member of Hamas or anybody of a Palestinian come and threatened America as an American? No. That's not what they're about.
first off, I want to point something out here before continuing with this video. With the video, I've mainly focused on just inserting clips to challenge her. Hamas did actually directly engage in international terrorism and also killing Americans. So.
حالة الردع والدفاع عن الأرض المحتلة 510 مليون كيلومتر مربع وهي مساحة كلها أرضية سوف تعيش حالة لا ظلم فيها ولا قهر فيها ولا خيانة ولا ولا مسيحية غادرة.
But that's
Look what this guy says. This is the Hamas spokesperson. This is from 2022. He says that we will eventually take the whole world, and the whole world will come under one system, Sharia, where there is no injustice, no oppression, no treachery, no Zionism, no treacherous Christianity. There are Christians who actually talk well about these bastards, these filthy, evil bastards, including this nun, for example.
But that's the tactic that's used, is that we have to plaster them as being these jihadists when they're nothing like that.
Are they religious?
She says we have to plaster them as being these jihadists when they're nothing like that. They are literally jihadists, you idiot. They are literally jihadists. They are the very definition of jihadists. You absolute whore. You absolute filthy whore. You whore of an evil agenda. You absolute mustached whore. They are literally jihadists, you filthy bastard who calls yourself a nun. You filthy, disgusting bastard, filthy whore. They are literally jihadists, you filthy whore. I don't give a shit if I'm kicked out for this or if somebody thinks, oh, I shouldn't be. I don't care, man. If I don't fit in, if I'm not good enough, then I guess I'm not good enough. You whore. They are literally jihadists, and you are sitting here like, oh, we're pastoring them as these jihadists. They are literally jihadists. Look, it's even in their own declaration, man. Look what their own declaration says. Article 8, the slogan of the Islamic resistance movement of Hamas. Allah is its target. The Prophet is its model. The Quran its institution. Jihad is its path. And death for the sake of Allah is the loftiest of its wishes. This is literally what their constitution says, what their charter says. And this filthy so-called nun actually is like, oh, of course, we have to depict them as jihadists, but it just so happens that they are jihadists.
ولا قهر فيها ولا خيانة ولا ولا مسيحية غادرة.
But that's the tactic that's used, is that we have to plaster them as being these jihadists when they're nothing like that.
Are they religious fanatics? Are they jihadis?
Not the people that I know.
أولا هو تنظيف فلسطين من دنس اليهود واستئصالهم بإذن الله، وهو قاب قوسين أو أدنى. 4 سنوات إخواننا، 2022 بكون خلصنا منهم. أما الأمر الثاني وهو إقامة الخلافة بعد أن تتعافى الأمة من سرطانها وهو اليهود بإذن الله سبحانه.
I would have voted for those guys.
Look at this. Look at what this filthy bastard says. The first thing is the cleansing of the Palestinians. Oh, what's up, man? David, how are you doing?
I let myself in, but I saw I had to rescue you, man. So you messaged me. You messaged me and you're like, hey, jump in whenever you want. I was like, what? It's like 7:20. And I had a big old plate of sushi in front of me, man. Hadn't had sushi in forever. And then you go live an hour early. Don't bother telling me. And then I just a couple seconds ago think, should I jump in now? And I click on and I see you calling everyone whores, acting like Sam Shamoon.
Not everyone, only the nun. So, what's up, David? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? How's your trip?
Good.
Trip have a nice calming effect on you.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Yeah, I'm a changed person now. Uh, oh man, yeah. So yeah, I just came back from the UK. Dude, I felt better and more at peace when I was at Speaker's Corner, surrounded by jihadists, man. For the longest time, I thought to myself, "That's a ridiculous environment. I never want to be at Speaker's Corner."
I
feel
remember
like-
that. I remember that in the past. Like, hey, we should go to Speaker's Corner. Hey, you'd go. That seems more like your thing.
Yeah.
But it's cool. It's cool. You like the vibe. You like the vibe.
Yeah, I
I'm a-
actually went there.
Hey, for everyone in the New York area, I'll be having that vibe here this Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Me, God Logic, Inspiring Philosophy, Vocab, going to be in Times Square. Inviting all our Muslim and Hebrew Israelite friends to come out for a little friendly debate. So that'd be dope. I don't know if God Logic probably has the technology to just be live streaming the whole thing, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Hey, so what'd you do on your trip, man?
What did I do on my trip? Well. Ain't that a good question? So what I did on my trip was, I was actually invited by Meyer Tusi, who wanted me to appear there at this conference that he had. It was actually Visegrad, Stefan, the founder of Visegrad, who suggested to Meyer to invite me to the conference. And Meyer then said, "Oh yeah, let's do it." So he invited me to the conference, and then we got there. Then I hung out with Stefan from Visegrad the first day that I was there.
He's pretty cool.
Yeah, spent the whole day with him, and he had some very funny ideas of like, "Oh yeah, hey, let's go to this Muslim neighborhood and just film there and walk through the streets." And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, let's do it."
Hey, you know what'd be funny?
What?
Hey, Stefan, I'll do it, man. Stefan, as long as you're recording. But we talked in the past. I wanted to put Andrew Tate's Muhammad is gay t-shirt challenge. Remember that? He said this is before his conversion. He was going, and I respect Muslims because you could walk down the street with a shirt on that says Jesus is gay and you're not going to get beat up. He goes, if you walk down the street of London with a shirt that said Muhammad is gay, you'd be dead before you reach the corner. Stefan, I'm willing to wait. I can't even go to that stupid country. I was telling Stefan I'll do that just to see. We'll go to the most densely populated Muslim area, and the challenge will be: do I survive? Not whether I'll catch a beat down, but will I survive? But I just crossed my mind that I'm not allowed in the UK.
You have to pick a different country, man. France or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Andrew Tate, tell us a different country where that same rule would apply.
What about Yemen? Somebody said Yemen.
Do it in Mecca.
Yeah, so we went to this place of East London, which is Tower Hamlets, which has a very notorious part called Whitechapel, which, by the way, very funnily, in the past it was actually a Jewish neighborhood, a Jewish-dominated neighborhood. So there were lots of Jews there.
The Jews were taking over.
Also had several synagogues there and all that. Today it is populated by Muslims. In fact, let me pull up the demographics of Whitechapel.
Oh, someone's suggesting Dearborn. That's not in Minnesota. That's in Michigan. XYZ.
Dearborn. Now that sounds interesting.
My old friend Dearborn. In Dearborn, though, it's police. Police will lock you up.
Hello, Dearborn.
They'll throw you in jail for doing that, and they'll lie about you. I know from experience.
Nice. So Whitechapel, but let's see, Tower Hamlets. So these are places that are very, very much populated by Muslims, where in the past, at one point, there were lots of Jews, but it was mostly populated by
Turks.
by working class white British Christian people. And today it has become a place for Bangladeshis and in general Muslim populations. And let's have a look here. So let's see. Religious and religious side. Religion.
Every once in a while, you see some Bangladeshis on those lists in the grooming gangs and stuff.
Why it's in the name Bangladesh?
Yeah, I know. It's like we put the bang in Bangladesh. What?
Nothing. So ethnicity.
Where's Ladesh? It's in our name. We have to bang her.
So, so you see here, white population, 1966, 95%, 1971, 91%, 1981, 76%, 1999, 63%, 2001, 51%, 2011, 45%, 2021, 39%. On the other hand, you have Asian or Asian British people, rises from 2% in that time to 44%.
Ah, so Asian. You mean like Chinese?
Japanese people, yeah, totally.
Couple Koreans, maybe?
Oh, wait a minute. It's broken down right here. Asian or Asian British Bangladeshi, 34% Bangladeshi. Pakistani. Interestingly, there's a lower Pakistani population here, but a higher Bangladesh population here.
Yeah, because the Bangladeshis will beat up the Pakistanis.
That's true.
They're like, we're the ones who are going to control the grooming gangs here. And the Pakistanis are like, fine, we'll go to all the other cities where we have our grooming gangs.
Tower Hamlets is a religious diverse borough with various places of worship. According to the 2021 census, 39.9% of the population was Muslim.
What could go wrong there? Going to be a paradise on earth, I tell you.
39.9% of the population was Muslim.
I bet the non-Muslim women there feel very, very safe.
22.3% is Christian. 2% is Hindu. 1% Buddhist. 0.4% Jewish. 0.3% Sikh.
You're sick.
You're sick.
You're sick. You're sick. You're sick.
Yeah, so this is the place. It's a very, very nice place. A lot of cultural diversity. There's a funny thing here, by the way. Look, Jewish population, 1995, 6,000 Jews, making up 3.7% of the population. Nowadays, 1,000 something people, 0.4% of the population. The Jews were like, all right, we're out of here.
I wonder why. I keep hearing that Muslims really love Jews and treat them well.
Yeah. In fact, there is a synagogue that was replaced, a synagogue that was bought and turned into a mosque. So very, very funny. It's probably the fault of the Jews. The Jews are trying to replace everyone. The Jews are trying to replace the synagogue. Was it this one or the other one? I don't know. But there's one synagogue which is actually part of the East London Mosque, which was bought and turned into a mosque. So that's what they do. That's what they do. It's a very crappy, messed up place. It doesn't feel like London. It feels more like some place in Bangladesh. But here is the mosque. What we actually did was we walked through the entire place for like 40 minutes. We walked and we talked about different things. And then eventually we went and arrived in front of this mosque and listened to the call to prayer. Alhamdulillah.
So was Stefan just recording you as you walk along?
No. He was also talking. We had a cameraman to walk with us.
That's what I mean. But you're recording while walking around?
Mostly we were taking just blank footage of stuff around us without talking. On occasion we would stop and say a few things.
Okay, so it wasn't a long tracking sequence like in Jerusalem?
No, it wasn't like that.
Okay.
It wasn't like that. Eventually we both gave little speeches or talked together, waiting for the call to prayer to be called here. And then and then it was being called, and I made a video. I recorded a video which I need to post, but it's just very funny, man. In the middle of London, you have or East London, you have the call to prayer blasted out, which is the complete opposite of integrating into society, right? Because you have like these Muslims come together, you have Muslim migrants coming into England, instead of diversifying, going into different parts of England, and then integrating themselves and all that, and becoming part of the British population. What do? They get a neighborhood in which they start dominating, and then they start blasting the Islamic call to prayer, which tells them 5 times a day, there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. So it tells them repeatedly as they are together, hey, ignore all the garbage around you, Christianity and all that. Islam is true and nothing else. Go and pray. So it's the opposite of integration. It is just a takeover, honestly. And to be frank, the best solution would be to reverse that whole process of these people coming in and making themselves very comfortable here. But yeah, so what do you think, David? What's up? So anyway, and then after we were done with that, we went to after we were done with that, it was a very long day. We went to Speaker's Corner, where there was no Speaker's Corner that day, but we sat down and watched some videos and reacted to them. And David from Speaker's Corner, not you. I don't know if you've met David from Speaker's Corner.
Black David.
Yeah, Black David.
Yeah, he's the black me.
Yeah. That's why he got in touch with me first. He was like, he messaged me and he's like, hey, it's David, not Wood. And then, so I saved him on my phone as David, not Wood.
No, dude, you remember that we did a parody. You weren't there, but it got a parody of gosh, what's that show with the Turks? Towards Eternity. They do those interviews where they make it look like an interrogation room, and they're going, so Ali Dawa, you said there is big evidence for Islam, but we challenge you. What is big evidence? Remember that?
Yeah.
We did a parody where it was 2 guys asking me stuff, and then I started acting like Ali Dawa. Anyway, David was one of those 2 guys.
Nice.
Yeah, he was rocking the weird Russian Turkish accent.
He was good, man. David is a good guy, and in fact, David was as we were sitting there, David was just accompanying us at the corner. And Stefan was apparently was so impressed by David and his input and what and the things he had to say. I looked at Stefan and was like, hey, include him in the thing if you want to. And he was like, I will. So David sat down with us and started giving us a lot of history and context of Speaker's Corner, which was very nice. So we recorded that, which is probably also going to be out on Visegrad 24 various channels, where they are, by the way, right now. I think last thing they published was an interview with Tommy Robinson, which is like getting lots of views.
Wait, which one?
Visegrad 24. They just published a video with Tommy Robinson.
He was just on trigonometry too.
I know, but oh yeah, they just published. Whoa! Tommy Robinson 3 days ago, 400,000 views. So they just published that. That's good. It's good stuff.
Very nice.
Stuff.
Very based.
Very
Hey.
What?
Hey, click on most popular and see where you rank now.
I'm low now because of these things. Wait,
oh, you
remember?
See that? You see that? You help these guys. You go on their channel. There you are on the left there. You help these guys. You go on their channel. And then what happens? Then they blow up because you were on their channel. And then they use that to get a bunch more popular stuff. And then you're not even the most popular thing anymore.
It's good to see.
Polish people, man.
It's good to see. I like seeing this. Hey, there you are. Look at this. Here's you.
Look at me. Way down the list. And I have the coolest thumbnail.
Yeah.
The coolest.
Yeah.
Pointing at the camera.
You're less popular than Dr. Einat Wolf. See?
Can't win, man. Can't win.
I think there was a time when my video was the most watched on this channel or something. And then somebody else took over.
Yeah, because all that other stuff was later.
Powerful. But anyway, it's good to see their success, man. They're doing good stuff. They're doing good.
They're doing based.
And Stefan is a very, very good guy. So I like him.
His whole family's based.
They're based. They're super based.
I'm just basing that on his brother being also based, and I'm assuming they had good parenting that was making them based.
It's pretty based. Yeah. Then we did some other stuff. Then next day we went to the conference with Mali Artusi and all the others, which was a very, very nice experience. Very nice experience, and I met so many good people there. In fact,
this dude.
No.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I got to say something, man. So over the last years, I have been very critical of London and English people. And then when we were there, I actually attended a protest by very patriotic people there. who are protesting the relocation of refugees into their town center and all that. Met some really nice people there, made very, very nice connections. Then at the conference, I met a lot of very good people. And I spent more time in the city in London this time. And at the end of it, I actually felt this great attachment to this place. I thought I really liked this place suddenly. I really feel.
Is that wherever you travel? Oh, you go to Israel. No, I feel this close connection
No,
to the
I
people
actually.
of Israel. Oh, now you're in London. Oh no, I feel this close connection with London. It's the greatest place in the world.
Funny thing you say that, because I spent a lot of days in Berlin, for example, and I still thought,
What a crap hole.
But it's also funny you mentioned that, because as I was leaving London, I recorded a short video in which I was pointing that out, how this is the second place where I have this feeling, which is the first place was Israel, but for completely different reasons, probably. The second place is now London, and I don't really know why. Because in the past I said, like, this place is complete garbage, man. I don't ever want to come back here and all that. but then I went there and I spent time with people, actually, and now I'm like, and then in the end I was like, I genuinely felt sad that I'm leaving London, and you wouldn't know what that is because you're a psychopath. But with me, I
go over there, get the job done, and get the heck out of that crap hole, and I'm not even upset that I never get to go there again. Well, except for some stuff I'd like to do there occasionally, like the Andrew Tate Muhammad shirt challenge. But anyway,
nice. But I really loved this. I really loved that place, and
yet you came back. It sounded you're sounding like you should have come back all happy, and you came back as this like fiery ball of rage, declaring war against nuns everywhere.
Well, I didn't really come back happy, because on the one hand, it's like, what a beautiful city. What a beautiful place. What an amazing place. What a place worth fighting for. What a place worth protecting. And I would love to come back as many times as possible to contribute to that, But then on the other hand, there's just so much garbage going on there, man. So much bad stuff going on, which needs to be addressed. So, but I feel so much love and so much respect now for London and for English people or British people, and I've seen quite a lot of people who want to do their best fighting for that place, and I love it. So I have a lot of respect and love for them and solidarity. Alhamdulillah. Despite all the stupid things that they have done.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah. Now that I think about it, I'm just changing my opinion right now. So, anyway, so yeah, the conference was good. Went to Speaker's Corner. Speaker's Corner was not too bad. I didn't get stabbed, which was kind of rude, because I heard
it's against messed up.
It's against tradition.
I don't want you to, we don't want you to die or anything, but a little stabby stab, as long as you pull through.
It is tradition. So
yes, you don't have the full Speaker's Corner experience if you don't get stabbed. So,
or slashed or beaten or something. Yeah,
punch in the face.
What's funny?
On the ground.
I saw 3 Muslim Speaker's Corner regulars there at that place.
Let me guess, did not want to engage you.
I didn't want to go up to anybody. I also made that clear. I said, I have no interest in going up to these people, but I would be happy to engage with them if they come up to me. But yes, you guessed correctly. So 2 of them were informed about my presence, and they have said quite a few things about me in the past. One was Hamza from Hamza's Den. The other was the guy who graped Al-Dawa in the mouth during the live stream.
Smiles to Jenna.
Smiles to Jenna, aka Zishan something.
Yeah, the grapist.
Yeah, he was there, the grapist. And then another one was what's his guy?
Mansour's. Oh, Hashim,
he was there, and he was
a coward. He's the one who keeps calling the cops on young Bob, saying he keeps asking me questions. That should be illegal.
In fact, he was talking to Kay. I met Kay there, and it was a great pleasure to meet Kay there. By the way, I met Kay there, and he was talking to Kay, and I go over, and like, hey, what's up? And Kay is like, oh, hey, this is apostate prophet, and he's like, and then he walks away.
So you met 3 people on the Dawa Diddy list, the private chat of all these guys who try to figure out ways of silencing women who try to expose what the Dawa Diddy clowns are doing to women behind the scenes.
Yeah. But yeah, it was very. I have to say, I went to Speaker's Corner. I looked around. I listened to the debates. I engaged in conversation and debate myself. The Christians were absolutely dominating that place. I will say it again. The Christians were absolutely dominating Speaker's Corner.
And people who do not know how significant that is are in complete darkness. If you go back 10, 12 years, I mean, just look at the videos from 5 or 6 years ago. You'd have Hatun surrounded by like 150 Muslims screaming and shouting her down and so on. And here we are just a few years later, and Christians are dominating that place. And the Muslims are terrified of engaging anyone who knows anything about Islam. They will literally run, say, oh, we're not interested in discussing this stuff, then run and find someone, look for someone who has no clue what they're talking about, and then they'll have the same conversation with them, but lie to them the entire time. It's pathetic.
Yep. In fact, I stood there with Bob from Speaker's Corner. Love that guy, by the way, and finally good to meet in person. We stood there and gave a whole speech and talked about stuff, and also engaged in a little bit of debate in front of camera with a lot of people watching.
Video
we were very loud. The Christians were watching. The Christians were very loudly in agreement and all that. So and all the Muslims were just surrounding us and watching and listening and couldn't even say anything. But from what I have seen there, and I will say it again, the Christians were absolutely dominating Speaker's Corner, and I was very happy and very proud to see that. So very, very nice.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because like back in the day, it'd be all these every like weirdo with some weird political idea or something like this would be there up on a ladder and stuff like this, and you go around, it's like massively diverse in the sense of lots of weird speeches being given and so on. But you'd have Christians there jumping up, like preaching the gospel and so on. And Muslims decided, we have to take this over, like we take over everything, just like we took over the Kaaba from the polytheists, just like we took over Hagia Sophia from the Christians, just like we took over the Temple Mount, just like we took over tons and tons of Hindu temples and stuff. They want to take over and dominate places that are important in various ways. And hey, if we dominate Speaker's Corner, then we start posting videos from Speaker's Corner where we're crushing everyone, and then people around the world are all watching. And what happens? I'll tell you what happens. You eventually get to people like Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab, the chest-thumping morons, and they increase people's aggressiveness towards the insane things that are being said, defending child marriage and all this stuff. They increase people's aggressiveness, and they caught the attention of Christians who started showing up more and more and more. And what happens? Now these guys can't even show their faces at Speaker's Corner. They get crushed.
Kay says, Apostle Prophet, your vid with me has more views than David and I, for your information. What? Well, it's just how it goes, What can I say? Yeah. Anyway,
hey, did you eat any British food while you're there?
Yeah, I actually ate.
I meant real British food because they have everything.
Yeah,
because their own most of their own food sucks. So they basically get all the food from all over the world. I mean, did you eat actual British food?
Of course I did.
Did you have their breakfast where they serve beans for breakfast?
Yeah.
I thought that was weird when I first saw it. Like it was me and Nabil. We walked into this breakfast place and everything had beans with it. It's like eggs and ham and.
Would you like baked beans?
Yeah. And so I thought, wow, what a weird place. They're serving beans for breakfast. And so I just thought it was this weird place. And then we went into the next place for breakfast the next day, and they also had beans. And so I thought that was weird. But later on, I thought that actually, from a nutritional perspective, that makes perfect sense. They recommend so you got your eggs and your meat. So you got your protein, your fats. You need some carbs. Beans, very healthy carbs, and also high in fiber. nutritionists recommend high fiber for breakfast and so on. So that all worked out. Did you get bangers and mash or not?
Look, this is my. Here is me eating British food.
Is it bangers and mash?
No.
I had bangers and mash. I said, what is the most British meal I can eat at this place? I don't know if there are other, but anywhere you go, it's either like fish and chips, the English contribution to world cuisine, the chip. And then when we were in one place and I said, what's the most British thing I can eat? They told me bangers and mash, which was like meat and potatoes or something like that.
Powerful. But yeah, here's us at McDonald's eating British food with Stefan and Meyer Tusi.
Hey, did you get a McMuta?
I didn't.
Because you could get one there.
I asked them, but they said, "Are you Muslim?" I said, "No, you can't get one.
You can't have one."
I see. Yeah, no. I had some good food when I went out after Speaker's Corner with the Christians, with Kay and Bob and who else was there?
Yeah, you posted a picture.
A few people.
You posted a picture of you in a group.
Oh, that was actually before Speaker's Corner. That was breakfast. I went to a beautiful church. I went to an absolutely beautiful church.
The one you posted a picture of?
In it, yeah. Absolutely beautiful church. I wanted to go there. In fact, I postponed my flight back by one day just because I wanted to comfortably go to this church. And I thought maybe I should also then attend Speaker's Corner while I'm there. But so Saint Sophia Orthodox Cathedral in London, it's actually called, it is also called the Hagia Sophia in Greek, Hagia Sophia in London, which was a beautiful place. So I attended church there on Sunday morning. And then very, very beautiful place, amazing place. After that, I met up with Bob and the other Christians and had some breakfast together, and Chris from Speaker's Corner, and David and some others. Then we went to Speaker's Corner. Then we went to some pub to eat some food. And then I was all drained and went to my hotel room and slept forever. Powerful stuff. Alhamdulillah. Anyway, David, have you heard about this guy? Let me take some super chats. Dan Dave said, I feel the same pain for pales that Muslims feel for religious minorities accused of blasphemy law, forcefully converted while their parents beg for mercy. What are pales? I don't know what pales are. Dan Dave says, the nun reminded me of Khadijah. It's very rude. Paul, Israel is losing support on all sides of the political spectrum. They have won the Battle of Gaza, but lost the war of legitimacy and diplomatic support.
That was the plan.
The funny thing is that that was the plan of Hamas. The other funny thing is that I don't think Israel actually cares at this point.
That's the thing. We noticed this when we were there.
Yeah.
They don't seem to care what people are saying on Twitter and
this
stuff like
time, the other side went too far, and Israel really doesn't care right now. So that's the thing. And you won't stop them with moralism and all that. You won't stop them. Arctic based. I'm having none of this BS. Oh hi, late P. Glenn Stone, please support Candid with Lubna. She really needs everyone's support from Islamic bullies. I think she was just on Andrew Gold, wasn't she? Andrew Gold just invited her. Andrew is a good guy. He was there at the conference with me as well. He just had her on his channel.
Is that the heretics guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Heretics. I don't think he published it yet, but it is on the channel Heretics, which has almost as many subscribers as me now. Almost as special as me. See. So I don't think it's published yet. No, it's not published yet, but it's probably going to be out soon. Yeah, that's what they do. What
hey,
did he have Nuri Khan on again? He did. Wow, it's funny.
Hey, check out Tusi's. You know what I noticed about Tusi? He gets crazy views, but he does like these short live streams or whatever is like an important topic for that day. But he'll do short little live streams, but they'll get crazy views.
I was here with him. There were at one point there were 10,000 people watching. Oh, look, there I am, right next to him. Look. There were 10,000 people watching. Like he's doing fantastic work. Lots of people tune in and they care. It's very, very.
I'm saying
good.
maybe we should do that.
Then you have to get around and be involved in all the activism.
Well, that's not going to happen. But I'm saying he'll just do, like, if there's a story, he'll jump on live and do like a 30-minute live stream about it and stuff like that, and then he'll get like 1.5 million views and stuff.
But you're not cool enough. You have to be cool like him, man. We don't get that because we're not cool like him.
Okay. He does come across as cool. I'll give you that.
City called as man.
Yeah, exactly. It's all the Jews.
Jews.
Actually, there's only one Jew who is in power.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was good. That was a good. He's a good guy, man. He's very down to earth, very nice guy. Kubiko, it's okay not to be respectful of views, but because she is Imago Dei, you must respect her if you love Jesus. That is true in a way. Free Palestine is a cult. It is indeed. Ami Kozak did a great skit on the interview. I saw that, but I didn't watch the interview yet. That's the unique and
Wait, who did a great skit?
Ami Kozak, who's a comedian commentator, mostly on Twitter.
Who's that other guy who does the impressions? He did one too that was funny.
I don't know what his name is. I don't know what his name is.
You should. We should watch both the skits.
Ami Kozak is this guy here. You see,
they're just a resist. So how are Christians doing?
Oh, I thought that was the other dude.
What a lot of people don't understand is they think Hamas is some terrorist organization. They're just a resistance movement. When they drag their own people through the streets and put their dead bodies on their family's doorstep because they're collaborators with Israel, I mean, they're resisting.
I mean, last time I checked, treason is a crime. I mean, it's a crime in this country, and you get the death penalty. So I just don't understand the difference, really. I don't.
And look at what happened with the Nova Music Festival. I mean, the music was incredibly loud. It was EDM. And this is loud music. It's very disruptive.
Yes, very loud, like really loud. I mean, and it could damage your ears, like severely damage your ears.
Exactly. And
Watch,
so,
they'll start laughing.
my understanding, they made several requests to lower the music. They sent people over saying, please keep it down. And the Israelis refused.
So wait, you're saying Hamas kindly requested that they turn down the music and they just refused? Why?
So they had no other choice but to slaughter all of the attendees. And it's been very challenging for decades. I remember in 2002, there was a 17-year-old boy who was arrested because he allegedly threw a Molotov cocktail at an Israeli soldier. But this was a Molotov cocktail. He was making a mixed drink, perhaps, to try to offer it to a soldier. Sometimes, you go to bars and they light the alcohol on fire because it's fun to take a shot.
I mean, I enjoy alcohol. I really do. I shouldn't drink as much as I do, but I drink a lot, like a lot. I would certainly accept that offering. Why wouldn't the soldier accept a drink if it was being offered to him?
It's possible the Israeli soldier misunderstood that, but they accused him of throwing it, and it lit the soldier on fire. It's nothing you can't just put out with your hand.
This is good. He's funny.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
He's funny. But anyway, I'm just going to continue with my video, which you rudely interrupted by appearing here. So,
someone needed to calm you down.
Make
you think about the good times in London.
Not the people that I know.
Are they religious fanatics? Are they jihadis?
Not the people that I know.
هو تنظيف فلسطين من دنس اليهود واستئصالهم بإذن الله وهو قاب قوسين أو أدنى 4 سنوات إخواننا 2022 بكون خلصنا منهم أما الأمر الثاني وهو إقامة الخلافة بعد أن تتعافى الأمة من سرطانها وهو اليهود بإذن الله سبحانه.
I would have.
Don't really sound like religious extremists or fanatics.
So who's this chick anyway? So she's a nun.
Dude, be respectful, man. It's a nun. You can't call her a chick.
I mean, a chick's a chick. Doesn't matter.
That's true.
But anyway,
if she's a nun, I don't really know what her background is, but she's a nun.
Palestine or Israel or I think someone.
That's the same thing.
She's not Israeli, right?
That's the same thing. No. So she is actually. Not that might say more to you than to me. She's actually the sister of a very well-known dude. and I'm sure somebody will here put it in the chat because I'm not really very familiar with the story and who these people are. Mother Agapia Stephanopoulos. Does it say anything to you?
That sounds a little Greek to me.
Is the sister of who? Who?
Oh,
She's
George Stephanopoulos.
Of George Stephanopoulos, who is a politician, a politics media guy in America. So she's the sister, television host and former White House communications director under the Democrat something. She is his sister, and they look very much alike. Look, yeah, they look very much the same. So that's who this is, and she is a nun in the Russian Orthodox Church, and she is a little bit of an activist and propagandist.
Shouldn't sound Russian.
And the thing is, I am just wondering because normally, and I'm not here to question any of this, but it doesn't sound right to me that a nun goes on a widely contested, controversial podcast platform to offer her opinions, which are mostly false and full of lies, on a very controversial topic. Pretty sure she needs to get she usually gets like a permission or something like that from somebody to go on there. And I'm really wondering what exactly happened. I mean, considering that when I posted about her earlier today, apparently like the Orthodox Church across the board was obsessed with what I was saying about her. I'm really wondering how she, as a nun, just goes and has a conversation on frickin' Tucker Carlson about a controversial topic where she then defends Islamic terrorists who want to exterminate Jews and then subjugate Christians.
What at this point, what would you expect from Tucker Carlson?
I was going to say something, but I'm going to keep it to myself now.
Voted for those guys.
You weren't like that before I jumped in.
Well, maybe that's why I need a partner to stream live. That's why Sam Shamoon should also get a partner for live streams.
Oh, what's this chick's name?
Mother Agapia. In fact, somebody tell me what she is under right now. I know that she I've heard that she's an old calendarist schismatic or something like that. I don't know.
American-born Orthodox nun who has lived in the Holy Land since 1996, so almost 30 years.
Right.
I would have voted for those guys because
she's talking about Hamas.
I would have voted for those guys because they weren't corrupt. They wanted to serve their people, and that's what it was about.
وفي كل مرة أكرر إن دماء الأطفال والنساء والشيوخ لا أقول تستصرخكم بل نحن الذين نحتاج هذه الدماء لكي توقظ فينا روح الثورة.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen anywhere. I'm not totally ingrained in the community, but the vibe there isn't one of wanting everybody to convert to Islam and forcing it upon them at all.
يستعد إن شاء الله تعالى لتحرير القدس وتحرير الأقصى، والذي يستعد إن شاء الله تعالى نقولها بملء الفم يستعد لاحتضان الخلافة بعاصمتها القدس إن شاء الله تعالى. ولن تكون القدس عاصمة لفلسطين فقط كدولة مستقلة، وإنما ستكون عاصمة للخلافة. يجب أن ننتفض كشعب فلسطيني وأن نتخلص من هذه أسباب الخيانة والهمالة والعمالة. لمن؟ لليهود والنصارى، لمن يقتلون أبناء شعب.
Now here's the primary spokesperson who speaks to the people in Gaza themselves, not to the general international public, but rather to the people in Gaza. Fatih Hamad, one of my favorites of Hamas. He's here speaking on behalf of Hamas, and he says that the people, that the Palestinians are preparing to rise up and to take back Temple Mount and to establish the Islamic Caliphate once again. What did the Islamic Caliphate do in history to Christians?
exalted them to an exalted status in society.
Exactly, but the opposite.
That's true.
So
I should have warned people before I said that at 8:24 p.m. it officially became opposite day.
yes.
But now we will on opposite day. We're back to normal.
So I want to ask all the Christians, Orthodox Christians, and other Christians who were so outraged because I disrespected this nun, right? I want to ask them all, what do you guys think happened to Christians and Christianity, and especially foremost Orthodox Christianity, Eastern Christianity? What do you guys think happened under the Islamic Caliphate, at the hands of the Islamic Caliphate? In fact, the fact that the majority of the Orthodox Christian world consists of cowards today is the fault of the Islamic Caliphate, because it came in with violence to kill, to execute, to massacre, to enslave, to annihilate, to slaughter, to destroy the churches, the religious sites, which is why the Eastern Christianity, which is why Orthodox Christianity was subdued and turned into a low, small, quiet church that can't even practice their faith in goodness, in peace. These people that this nun defends and supports are people who want to bring back the Islamic Caliphate, which means death and destruction upon Christians. Not just Jews. We know you guys don't care about Jews. Yeah, we get it. But it's also about Christians. In fact, it is foremost about Christians. Jews are just an obstacle in the way. As much as this so-called nun is there denying it. And this bastard even mentions Jews and Christians right here.
And the purpose of Hamas is primarily to resist and to protect their people.
The purpose of Hamas is primarily to resist and protect their people. The purpose of Hamas is that it is an Islamic terrorist organization that is directly a wing of the Muslim Brotherhood that wants to establish an Islamic state.
Hey, AP.
This is their own charter.
Didn't that dude say that it's not the job of Hamas to protect their people when they're asked, hey, why can't the citizens go down into your little terror tunnels? He said, no, that's for us. We're just protecting ourselves. It's the responsibility of other people to protect them. There
was another guy, but yes, they did say that.
So hang on. Let me be clear here. We got a nun saying, oh yeah, these guys are awesome. Their job is to protect their people. And you ask the same guys, hey, is your job to protect the people? Like, what? We're not here to protect these people. Screw these people.
Yep.
Huh. Interesting.
Exactly.
Who should we believe? The guys who are saying it's not our job to protect these people, we don't care? Or the nun who tells us the opposite of what they say?
Shaka says, I'm an Orthodox Christian, but there's so much anti-Semitism in the Orthodox Church, I am disgusted. This is I could, if I said this, people would immediately attack me, but this is actually also what many Orthodox Christian bishops themselves have said recently, including one that I respect very much, the late Archbishop in England, Callistus Ware, who wrote about this not more than once, who said that especially in the Orthodox Church, we unfortunately have something weird of anti-Semitism going on, and that this is unacceptable and needs to be opposed. The Archbishop in America, Elpidophoros, currently in charge, said that this is disgusting, that there are people taking advantage of this, that this needs to be opposed. In fact, he said, and I posted the quote today, and of course I had people from the online Orthodox Church attacking me because of that once again, because I'm quoting a bishop. Here's what he said. At the end of a speech about anti-Semitism in the Orthodox Church, he said, anti-Judaism is in essence another manifestation of anti-Christianity. This is Archbishop Elpidophoros of America. With the online rhetoric going on among the online Orthodox Church, the OOC, you might get the impression that that Orthodox Christianity is this whole this pond of anti-Semitism, but that mostly comes from the online Orthodox Church.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't.
What
come
do you
from
think
the,
about Saint Kirill of Moscow? Is he just an online Twitter troll?
He also said he also condemned anti-Semitism, by the way, but I'm not going to say anything else about him.
Yeah, because you're starting to sound like a Protestant.
To resist and to protect their people.
These conferences are only ways of setting the infidels in the land of the Muslims as arbiters. Context, by the way, this is from the Hamas Charter. This is about why this part is about how peace agreements and conferences are useless and should not be agreed upon, and the only solution is to fight and kill. This is the Hamas Charter. When did the infidels do justice to the believers? Then they cite a Quran verse. But the Jews will not be pleased with you, neither the Christians, until you follow their religion. I'm sorry, if you're a Christian and actually defending these Hamas bastards, you should be ashamed of yourself. And here is the funny aspect. The slogan of the Islamic resistance movement, Article 8, Allah is its target. The Prophet is its model. The Quran, its constitution. Jihad is its path. And death for the sake of Allah is the loftiest of its wishes. David, what does it sound like?
Yeah, I just want to point out, death for the sake of Allah is the loftiest of its wishes. This is right after the passage about where they quote Muhammad saying that the end will not come until Muslims fight the Jews, and Muslims will fight them, and the Jews will be hiding behind rocks and trees, and the rocks and trees will call out, "Yeah, Muslim, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him." But the crazy part is you got Article 7, and it's about completely exterminating the Jews. And then you've got Article 8, and it's, oh yeah, our greatest desire is to die for Allah. So wait a minute, you want your enemies dead and you want yourselves dead. That is a freaking death cult. You want everyone offered up to death in one way or another.
Hamas Covenant 1988, the covenant of the Islamic resistance movement. For those who do not know this, Hamas is an abbreviation which literally stands for Islamic Resistance Movement, Haraka al-Mukawwama al-Islamiyya. It goes here in their charter in Article 7. It states their goal of the following: the day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight the Jews. When the Jew will hide behind stones and trees, the stones and trees will say, "Oh Muslim, oh Abdullah, there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him. There's a Jew behind me. Ya Muslim! Come and kill him." Only the gargant tree, evidently a certain kind of tree, would not do that because it is one of the trees of the Jews, because the gargant tree is not a snitch.
Gargant tree knows. Gargant tree knows.
This is the Constitution. And then Article 8, Allah is its target, the Prophet is its model, the Quran its constitution, Jihad is its path, and death for the sake of Allah is the loftiest of its wishes. Objectives: Islamic resistance, Islamic movement, Islamic dominance, Islamic strategy, superiority of the state of Islam. Filth. Islamist filth. They and whoever stands up and defends them, including this nun.
Whose video is this, by the way?
It's not just...
Is this you?
Yeah.
Would you have someone make this? This is like you were traveling.
No, I made it.
Huh.
I sat down this morning and made it. So.
Oh, okay.
That's how seriously I took this topic. How often did you see me just sit down and make a video like this?
It's not just Palestine and Israel where the Christian population has shrunk. It seems like throughout the Levant.
Yes. And I think that's part of the whole greater Israel project. You know, isn't it so ironic that they've made such a big
targeting Christians?
targeting Christians. Yeah.
Meanwhile, the actual data is 84% of Christians say they are satisfied with life in Israel. World Watch Research says Israel is one of the few, if not the only, country in the Middle East where the number of Christians has grown. And this nun is sitting here like, oh yeah, Israel is talking to Christians here. Anyway, let's have a look at this whole thing here now. Let's go through the entire thing now.
Yep.
As a nun.
Right.
How are Christians doing in the Holy Land?
Well, it's become a very difficult time for them
What the hell is this video?
there.
Oh, gosh.
Get rid of that stupid music, man.
So the problem is, so there's two different things. If you live in Israel, you're a citizen. And so they can live there and work, but there's sort of some petty grievances that people might have. But if you're a Christian in Palestine, which is where most of the activities of the life of Christ are, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, the Mount of...
Hold up. Hold on. Hang on. Listen to what she just said.
And work, but in Israel, you're being a Palestinian. So the problem is, so there's two different things. If you live in Israel, you're a citizen. And so they can live there and work, but there's sort of some petty grievances that people might have. But
so if you're a Christian in Israel, you have equal rights. You're a citizen. You can work and live, and all you have is some petty grievances.
Petty grievances.
But hold on, hang on.
What the heck is the problem with petty grievances?
Hang on. I've heard the entire time. I hear every day that Israel is horrible to Christians.
Yeah, you can't walk down the street without people spitting on you. Just ask Daniel Hikikachu; he'll tell you.
Hang on. I hear every day that Israel is horrible to Christians. That Christians can't live in Israel. That Israel is oppressing Christians. But she's telling us right here that Israel is totally fine to Christians, except for some petty grievances. Interesting. Absolutely interesting. Absolutely interesting. What is this? Beck-Chellen LOL said, everyone in chat and you guys as well need to start harping on this age verification thing YouTube is testing now. It will seriously reduce your content reach, as talking about Islam is considered haram in the eyes of the pearl-clutching left. I've heard of this as well, David. What do you think about it? There's apparently some regulations because of the European Union, which always makes the bestest regulations, that there needs to be, that they will put age verifications on different kinds of controversial content, including Islam-related content, and that this will reduce viewers and stuff.
We'll find out.
Thank you.
The hard way.
If you're a Christian in Palestine, which is where most of the activities of the life of Christ are, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, the Mount of Olives, Jericho, Jacob's Well, that's all within Palestine.
I have a severe thunderstorm here, so if my stuff goes out here, just take over, David.
I will.
Apostate Prophet is a Jewish psyop, says this guy. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah. So what?
What are you going to do about it?
He's allowed to be a Jewish psyop if he wants to.
What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, we don't stop you from being a little crybaby douche in the chat, do we? So why are you trying to control him?
We don't stop you from being. I'm gonna be nice.
And so there's that's the predominance of the Christian population there, and they're treated with the effects of the occupation, which means you have checkpoints around you. You're not a Christian who lives in Bethlehem cannot go to Jerusalem, to the Holy Sepulchre, without permit by Israel.
Why?
With the effects of the occupation, which means you have checkpoints around you. You're not a Christian who lives in Bethlehem cannot go to Jerusalem, to the Holy Sepulchre, without a permit by Israel, and they don't usually give those permits.
First off, false. But secondly, yeah, David, what's your question? Why?
Oh yeah, so two things. Yeah, when I was in Israel the first time, there was a guy who lived in the West Bank, and he said, "Hey, I'd like to talk to you about stuff here." And I said, "Sure." He said, "I'll meet you in Jerusalem," and then he met me at a little cafe in Jerusalem and so on. Anyway, but here's a question: why are there checkpoints and so on? Like, did Israel just decide, you know what, for no reason whatsoever, we're going to have like checkpoints? Because if I recall correctly, it's because for a long time you could be a worker. You could be a worker and you could come to Jerusalem for work, and you just walk there. You just walk there. But you kept having terrorists come in there and blow up cafes and blow up buses and come in there with guns and massacre people. And they said, you know what? We can't just let anyone in here. We need a security checkpoint to verify who's coming in. So
here's the thing.
Why is there a checkpoint? That's what they don't say. They don't say, hey, oh, here's why there was a checkpoint, because a bunch of terrorists keep coming in. And they said, okay, we can't just keep letting terrorists in. We need to actually check people who are coming in. And then, oh, shame on them for checking people when they come in.
So in Bethlehem is, of course, a very, very significant place for Christians. The funny thing is that they never mention how the demographics of Bethlehem have severely declined. Right, the Christian demographics of Bethlehem have severely declined. Bethlehem at the beginning of the last century had was majority Christian. In fact, here I'm going to pull up the Wikipedia page right here. Look, Christian population. The percentage of Christians in the town has been in steady decline since the mid 20th century. In 1947, Christians made up 85% of the population. By 1998, the figure had declined to 40%. By 2016, the Christian population of Bethlehem had declined to only 16%. The Christian population's proportion of Bethlehem fell from 87% in the 1950s to 12% in 2016. Interesting. What's happening here is that the general population in Bethlehem is not declining, as you can see here. In 1945, you have 8,800 something people. Today, you have 28,000 people. So the general population is increasing, but the Christian population is declining.
Because the Jews are taking over.
Ask them why this is the case. And they will say, because Jews, Israel. Secondly, as David pointed out, there is a border. The West Bank, much of it is technically not part of Israel. It was not meant to be part of Israel. To this day, you could call much of it an occupation. Yes, Israel doesn't like to use the word occupation, but for technical reasons, let's just call it an occupation. It is not officially part of Israel. It is, however, controlled by Israel, because Israel in 1947 accepted the deal to have two separate countries, one for Jews and one for those who don't want to be part of it. Those who don't want to be part of it didn't accept it. So they declared war instead and fought instead. And ever since, they have refused every opportunity to make a peaceful, to have a peaceful solution, to make peace. Which is why Israel eventually, after repeated attacks, terrorist attacks, and declarations of war, has decided, you know what, okay, we will just put our soldiers here and we will keep this under control until you guys can actually sit down and come up with a proper solution to this. To this day, they haven't come up with a proper solution, which is why, to this day, Israel is in charge. Unfortunately, while that is the case, and while those parts are not part of the official Israeli borders, those people do not count as official citizens, as equal citizens of Israel. So naturally, they can't just barge in to what is today proper Israel. And because they happen to be extremely violent, which is why a wall was established, which is why checkpoints were established, Israel is significantly less interested in ever letting them barge in, which is why we have the situation that is going on today. However, still, despite all that, what she said here is completely false, because Christians, especially, actually can easily apply for permits to come into Jerusalem, and on holidays, they are usually given these permits. So she is completely making this up here.
Go to Jerusalem, to the Holy Sepulchre, without a permit by Israel, and they don't usually give those permits, especially now.
A Christian.
They don't usually give those permits. What are you talking about? On holidays, they usually do.
And
this is why there's an overcrowded situation going on every holiday.
And there are people going back and forth between every day through those checkpoints, right?
Yeah, yeah. That's why they're called checkpoints.
And by the way, I just want to point out, I mentioned this before. So the purpose of the checkpoints is primarily to keep out terrorists and to make sure no one's bringing in a bomb and so on. I was there and they were explaining things. It was actually the guy who designed the fence was explaining things, and he was pointing out things like how they try not to offend Muslims. Like the guy pointed out, he said the best detectors of of various explosives and stuff, the best detectors are dogs. Dogs are better than any equipment and stuff, because he's pointing out the problems. Muslims don't like their bodies being scanned, and so what do you do? And he said the actual best detectors of things are dogs. They can sniff out almost anything if they're trained. And he said, but Muslims don't like dogs. And he said, so what they do is, as they're walking through the tunnel, there's a vacuum system that's vacuuming the air to circulate and stuff like this. And they have dogs in different rooms that are smelling the air, and the dog will alert, hey, I smell some explosives here, and so on. So they kind of go out of their way to avoid being to avoid offending Muslims, but it's still it's never enough.
Much of this was established after the Intifadas, which, if you mention the word Intifada to any Israeli, they know exactly what kind of a messed up situation that is. The Intifada, the uprising, the first Intifada and the second Intifada were bloody uprisings, bloody attacks by the mostly Muslim so-called Palestinian population, which included mostly violent attacks, including mass shootings, suicide bombings, throwing bombs or Molotov cocktails into buses and things like that, where the Israeli population got used to experiencing things like just dead bodies lying around on the streets, body parts flying across the streets, their relatives or their friends being severely injured or killed in a terrorist attack. You had so often public transportation, buses and so on, set on fire by these Islamist terrorists. After which the checkpoint system and a barrier, which includes a wall, was severely increased, which strictly reduced the number of terrorist attacks. And they have been crying about it since then.
Yeah, keep in mind, before the fence and the checkpoints were established, you could literally just walk into Jerusalem anytime you wanted.
Yep.
Right? Guess what? Any terrorist from any terrorist organization could walk straight into Jerusalem. That's why you kept having attacks. I have to say, which sane nation on the planet, if you just had an endless supply of terrorists walking over towards you, would not say, hey, let's put up a fence so we can actually check for explosives as people are walking in here?
Alrighty.
You can't.
No, without permission from Israel.
That's interesting, because I mean, those Christians that you're describing, I mean, they're the descendants of the Christians.
Absolutely, yeah. They've been there from the beginning. Yeah. I mean, right. Christ came as a Jew, right?
Yes.
Went to the temple, but the people that converted and have lived there for centuries are, in fact, I think.
Wait a minute. She said Christ came as a Jew. Lots of people probably, if I said that, they would be, no.
That's a good picture for a thumbnail, by the way. She's looking at the camera. Most of the time she's looking at
no,
Tucker.
He was not a Jew. He was a Judean.
Yes, this is a lie. Why she's spreading lies on Tucker?
He absolutely did come as a Jew. Alhamdulillah.
There's been studies done.
By the way, little side note, we didn't, me and AP didn't go to Bethlehem, but the first time I was there, I jumped on a bus and went to Bethlehem and spent a day in Bethlehem and heard a presentation in Bethlehem, went to a church in Bethlehem, made a video going through some of these caves that are all around there and stuff like this, and then jumped on the bus and went back from Bethlehem to Jerusalem.
Beast.
But yeah, we had to go through a checkpoint.
So she says that the Palestinians are literally ancestors of the early, are descendants of the early ancestors of the land. Genetic studies have shown repeatedly that while much of that is true, there is also a lot of mixing, and the Jews also share ancestry with the ancient populations of the region, but the local population, especially the local population, also has a lot of impact from Arab invasions and all that. So yeah, it's not just the people in the land are all descendants of the ancient Canaanites
from the beginning. Yeah. I mean, right. Christ came as a Jew, right?
Yes.
Went to the temple, but the people that converted and have lived there for centuries are, in fact, I think there's been studies done that on Palestinians living there now, and they are the Canaanite descendants.
Yes.
They're people that have been there for centuries. Not all, or the greater part, not just Palestine included Syria and Lebanon at a different time under different empires and things. So
yeah, in fact, this happens to be the only population that has zero impact from any other population. They're all pure descendants from Canaanites here. Let's just say that. In fact, if we can just make claims like these and not care about sounding absurd, let's just sound as absurd as possible. Fantastic. I want to look up something quickly. The Israeli Christian population over the centuries. I will get back to this in a second.
yeah, they're the first Christians, the Christians at the time of Christ. And it's very difficult to practice their faith. It's sort of like you're in a gilded cage. And that's how I look at Bethlehem. Within Bethlehem, you can live there, but you can't go and visit your friend who lives near Jacob's well in Nablus without taking it. In fact, the priest in Bethlehem just told me the other day, his wife is from near Jenin, which normally would take you about an hour and a half to get between the two. Her father has prostate cancer. In order to get treatment, there was only hospitals. Nothing in the Northwest Bank could deal with it, either in Jerusalem or in Hebron, which is south of Bethlehem. And last year, or a couple of years ago, he was able to go to Jerusalem with a permit to get the treatment. But this year, the Israelis wouldn't let him. So it took him over 5 hours to get down to Hebron. And a man who's old and sick to doing things. So whether it's for those kind of activities or practicing your faith or visiting your relatives, which is part of Christian life too, right? You want to celebrate the holidays with your family and friends. It becomes very difficult to do.
She just throws in random things, practicing your faith. Like what? As said, holidays is usually permitted. It might be a little bit more restricted right now because of the war, but has always been permitted. So.
And by the way, again, why is there any of this? Why is there any of this checking and so on? It's a big thing called terrorism. You have to check and vet people. That kind of makes sense to me if you don't want to be a victim of a terrorist attack. Anyway.
Powerful.
The reason I'm asking these questions, well, first, I think it's worth worrying about Christians who are the minority population. Well, it's worth worrying about Christians in general. But the United States is a majority Christian country that pays for a huge percentage of the Israeli economy, both through trade and direct grants and military assistance and all the rest. Israel couldn't exist without economy. The United States is a majority Christian country that pays for a huge percentage of the Israeli economy, both through...
It's actually not a huge percentage at all, but yeah.
Trade and direct grants.
Just say things. It's okay. Just say things. It's all right.
Military assistance and all the rest. Israel couldn't exist without the United States. So, and it has the support of so many Christians in the United States. And I don't know if they're fully aware. I want to think they would care if they knew how the Christians are doing. And I keep reading that the Christian population in the region has declined dramatically since Israel became a state in 1948.
Right.
And I'm not quite sure why.
Well, again, I think it has to do because the whole issue is that Israel has continued.
The Christian population in Israel has not declined dramatically since Israel became a state. This is complete nonsense. This is complete and utter nonsense. Wait, is she actually going to respond to that and deny it? Let's see.
To grow and think that because the whole issue is that Israel has continued to grow and think that they can dominate the Christian areas, the areas of Palestine. So they make it very difficult for anyone else to be able to live there. As simple as that.
But you would think...
Are you freaking kidding me, man? This is just a complete lie. So people tell me, you got to watch it. You got to see what she's actually saying. Got to see what she's actually saying, bro. This is a lie. I don't care if you're a nun. I don't care if you're a priest. This is a lie. Israel has a population of 182,000 Christians. As of 2021, look at this. This is kind of funny. It was the only growing Christian community in the Middle East.
I said that in my debate with Daniel. He called it a lie.
It was the only growing Christian community in the Middle East. In 1949, the number of Christians in Israel was 34,000. Today, the number of Christians is 185,000. Does it sound like a severe decline?
Yes.
This is completely made up. This is completely and absolutely made up. I don't care if it's a nun. I don't care what she is. This is a complete lie. It is completely made up. Christianity is flourishing in Israel. And look, just think about this, man. Just think about this. I gotta use my amazing drawing skills now. Let's see. Just think about this for a second. See? Just think about this for one freaking second. Here is the Middle East, right? You can see the Middle East. Here is one place. Here was one place.
An exact map.
Here is one place.
Spot
Just think
on.
of this as a completely inaccurate depiction of the Middle East. It doesn't matter what it looks like. What matters is that this is a representation in thought of the Middle East.
Which one?
So you have several places here. You have all these red places here.
Hold up. Is that Muhammad in the middle?
Yes. And these are the Al-Zut.
These are the Zut.
So these are, you know what's funny?
What?
The Al-Zut thing comes up everywhere, man.
Yeah, I know.
I'm at an after party at the conference. And then, so this one a viewer and longtime fan of our channels, who was a very nice, a very wonderful person. Shout out to her. She comes over and she has this long conversation with me about different things, and then out of nowhere she says, "You need to tell more people about the Al-Zut." And I'm totally losing it because it came out of nowhere, man.
We warned these guys. I told them I can popularize some weird stuff about your prophet. Don't test me. And they didn't listen to warning.
So here you have multiple places. Look at this. Let's just think about this. You have this red place here, which is a Muslim country. Christians are being treated horribly here. They don't have equal rights. They don't have freedoms. Preaching the gospel is banned, and so on. Here you have another country. Christians don't have equal rights. Christians are suppressed. Open processions by Catholic and Orthodox Christians are banned. Sharing the gospel is banned. Here you have another country. Christians seem to have quite kind of okay rights, but still you can't preach the gospel. You can't convert to Christianity openly from Islam. And Christianity is generally subdued. And Christians are complaining about stuff and disappearing. Here you have another country where people, I'm not going to mention which country this would correspond to, Egypt, but you have like Christians trying to live in comfort, but having their children abducted, their girls abducted and brutally mistreated, and their representatives forced to make statements like, "Oh yeah, we are totally happy here, totally fine with everything," but being repeatedly harassed and killed by different people and so on. And then amid all of this, you have one country here, right here in the middle, as seen in blue, which sticks out because it is the country, the only country here that has equal rights for Christians, where Christians can literally go out and do their processions and whatever they want to do, where Christians can go out into the streets and preach to people and share the gospel, where they can post videos online of sharing the gospel to people, where people openly discuss and reject or convert to Christianity, for example, and everything's fine. Where Christian organizations are invited, where Christians live in peace, where Christians themselves say that we are happy, where 85% of the population says they are satisfied with life, where the Christian population is growing compared to all the other places. And then you have actual so-called self-proclaimed Christians leaving these places alone and attacking this place where Christians are doing well. What's wrong with you people, man? This means that you are attacking directly the one place that actually protects and treats Christians well. Apparently, you have such a problem with Israel, with the one place that treats Christians well, that you want to attack that place. You're like, oh, the other places, they're already treating Christians like garbage. Let's attack this one place that treats them well so that we can destroy that, and they are also treated like garbage there. Fantastic plan. Great strategy. Wonderful plan.
Great job, Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens.
And fake none.
These guys got the hikmah, man. The hikmah.
And here you have somebody who is a fan of online dummies. The Jews bomb churches. I'm going to tell you one thing, John A. Under Muslim rule, the majority of Christian religious places in what you would call Palestine, the land of Israel, were destroyed, lost, deteriorated, or turned into mosques, and so on. The few places that were actually kept around and alive were places that were specifically protected because they were under important Christian noble patronage, such as very clearly historical unique churches like the Holy Family Church in Gaza, or the St. Porphyrius Church in Gaza, or the certain places like the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which was at one point actually destroyed by Muslims. However, in Gaza, you have three churches: a Protestant church, an Orthodox church, and a Catholic church. All three of these churches have been standing since the entirety of this war and the previous wars with Israel. During this war, during the current ongoing war, all three of these churches, but especially the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church, have repeatedly been in touch with the Israeli army, telling them, hey, this is where Christians are hiding, so don't do anything. Avoid this place. The Israeli military has been bombing around it. All these churches are still standing. The St. Porphyrius Church, the Orthodox Church, is still standing and fully intact. The Holy Family Catholic Church is still standing and fully intact. You had two instances. One was quite recently, which caused so much outrage, which should actually be an interesting sign. The Holy Family Catholic Church in Gaza was shot at, and there are still controversies about what exactly happened there. But the roof of it was damaged; it collapsed, as a result of which several people died. And by the way, the American Jewish committee made a donation to repair it and to take care of the Christian population there. But the people there are still protected and are still okay, and the church is still fully standing. The St. Porphyrius Church compound suffered minor damage because of a bombing in the vicinity. The church itself is still fully intact, and the people are still hiding there. There are apparently hundreds, if not thousands, of people hiding in there. Both of those places are standing, despite the fact that some liars online have told you that these places have been bombed and destroyed. No single church has been bombed and destroyed and leveled here by Israel. Not a single church. Does this sound like that they're out there to kill Christians and to bomb their churches? No, unless of course you're going to listen to these online Orthodox bastards, for example. Here's the thing. Let me just pull up what. Let me pull up what the Archbishop in charge of Gaza, Archbishop Alexios, said. He gave an interview to CBN over 10 years ago, and I brought this up several times now. I don't know why the CBN has a problem on their website, and it says that the article is from 1969, because it's not. It's actually from 2014, when the war was going on. Archbishop Alexios, who is in charge of Gaza to this day, says, Christ tells us we must love each other, our neighbors, and our enemies. Bishop Alexios told CBN, no other religion says that except the Christian faith. Alexios and the estimated 1,500 Arab Christians who live in the Gaza Strip walk a fine line between trying to stay alive and the Bible's command to share God's love. Since Hamas' 2007 takeover of Gaza, residents say it's imposed strict Taliban-style Islamic laws on the people. Here is what the bishop said. Islam is the rule of this place, and whatever Hamas says, we must obey or face consequences. This is Archbishop Alexios, who, by the way, is also out nowadays giving conflicting accounts of, oh yeah, we're totally fine if we want to stay here. But before this, he said, Islam is the rule and we have to obey whatever Hamas says or face the consequences. He also said that, where was that? I think he says it on video. But yeah, so the entire article is about Gaza Bishop. Hamas used church to fire rockets. He says Hamas actually comes and uses the church compound to fire rockets at Israel from the church compound, which will require Israel to fire back at some point and thereby cause destruction to the church. And he also says we have to obey Hamas or otherwise face consequences, and so on. These are the religious authorities in charge of stuff in Gaza. But yeah, you keep talking about a non-existent story of Jews bombing churches. Here's Eva saying AP is lying. Churches in Gaza was destroyed by Israeli bombs. Pope Leo was shocked. You're talking about the Holy Family Church, which just experienced damage, which I just really literally mentioned in the speech that I just gave.
Yeah, it was destroyed.
Christians would get a special pass or dispensation because the United States is the great patron, and it's
a dispensation. Is he talking about the Schofield Bible now?
Christian country.
No, because, well, the problem you have is one with the Christian Zionists, the ones who don't recognize the Christians in the Holy Land as being fully Christian, apparently. Because why would I have a very hard time understanding why someone who
hold on. Who is this? Who are Christians who don't recognize Christians there as Christians?
Who does that? Apparently, Christian Zionists who don't recognize people over there as Christians. Apparently, have you ever heard of those, David?
Not familiar with those.
They must be a special kind of Christian Zionists, I guess. I don't know. Maybe we'll encounter them one day. Hey, Christian Zionists who don't recognize other Christians as proper Christians. What's wrong with you people?
Who calls himself a Christian.
Only Christians in America are Christians.
Then gives money to support the building of settlements. Do we understand what that means? The settlements are in the areas of Palestine. They're taking over the land that belongs to the people of Palestine. And this has been going on. Like I said, I've been there since 1996, and I've seen
number one, it's a kind of a false description. Number two, so what? I'm sorry, but look, there's one grievance which I have sympathy for, which is that there are certain atrocities. There was, for example, recently one, and some people might give me a little bit of crap for saying that, but for example, recently an extreme community among some zealous Jewish extremists did go and set a Christian place on fire and attacked Christians. And I think that is disgusting, and the Israeli government needs to settle the situation and hold them accountable, and I hope they fully do. That said, settler expansionism, I could say, okay, that's maybe it's the wrong thing, but hey, we are dealing with a situation where Israel has control of the region because the so-called Palestinian population is led by so-called Palestinian leaders who repeatedly did nothing except fight and reject peace agreements, fight and reject peace agreements, fight and reject peace agreements. Settlements taken over are usually places that were in the past Jewish, that were later taken over by the others. I'm sorry, if your side is one that simply cannot make peace, cannot build a state, and all it does is fight, I don't really care if the Jewish side expands their settlements, honestly.
Continued growth of the settlement. I lived in Bethany, biblical Bethany. Beyond and over the mountain, Mount of Olives, was the convent I was in Jerusalem. And to the east of me was the settlement of Mali Adumim in 1998. It was a relatively small settlement then. And then you go down the road to Jericho. It was one lane. It's now a larger highway. And that settlement of Mali Adumim is like a huge city and has closed off the people of Bethany. We are closed off in Bethany from going to our convent in Jerusalem.
Kushad says Christian population shrink from 9% to 1%. Well, in numbers, it actually grew from 30,000 to 180 something thousand. Unfortunately, the Christian population doesn't have the steady growth in natural growth, which changes today. Today, the Christian population is still growing. So that's that. The Christians didn't die or anything. They kept a steady growth. But you are competing with Muslims who are growing much faster and with Jews who are resettling in the land. So,
because of the wall that was built on Palestinian land, on Christian land, to
hold up.
Off the people of Bethany. We are closed off in Bethany from going to our convent in Jerusalem because of the wall that was built on Palestinian land, on Christian land. There's a Christian home for boys that the Israelis just took over and cut up to make part of the wall that separated. So it wasn't done for security to build that wall. It was done simply to expand the borders of Israel.
So, for those who don't know, only 5% of the Israeli border is actually a wall. The rest is fencing and stuff like that. So that's a huge exaggeration. But once again,
it looks like
Israel
a big
didn't have such a wall in place.
Yeah, it looks like a big
after
fence.
repeated decades of terrorist attacks.
It's a big fence, and in the dangerous spots, it's a double fence.
Wait,
so that
so
if you bust through,
they went right
bust through one fence, then they will
land.
detect you and catch you.
What's going on?
So it wasn't
The heck?
What?
Done for security to build that wall.
That was weird. I couldn't hear.
It was done simply to expand the borders of Israel.
Wait, so they went right through Christian land. Did Christians in the West say anything about this?
Very few. I mean, there was, and also
This guy's such a dolt. He just takes whatever he's told. Just, oh wait, what? That happened? You could literally just make something up, and he would be like, what?
Yeah, so they needed to build a border fence, and guess what? You have to kind of build it somewhere.
Yeah.
And eventually you run over some land.
Big shocker.
On that stretch at the lower end of the Mount of Olives, there was a nursing home run by Catholic Church, and the nun that was in charge, she spoke to the French press. And soon after, she was she was sent to Lebanon or to another post. Wasn't allowed to be there. Me, at the same time, the wall was built right beyond Lazarus's tomb. Our school is walking distance from Lazarus's tomb, from where Martha and Mary lived. And they built the wall right above where the tomb is. So that separated some of our teachers from being able to come to school. It separated our families on either side of the wall. So in April of 2005, I went to Washington and spoke to some congresspeople, not to demean Jews or not to even demean the state of Israel, to say, look, we are being affected by this wall. It's
Jews.
Yeah, I'm still confused by the principle here. Okay, so if you got Jerusalem, you got other places, Bethlehem and so on, and you have a bunch of terrorist groups over here that keep launching terrorist attacks, right? And then so you decide, you know what, we need checkpoints, so we're going to build a fence so that terrorists can't keep walking up in here. Okay. Yeah, that's going to make it more difficult to travel in between the two places, right?
Really?
So if you had buddies where you could just walk over there, hey, I can just walk that way and go talk to my buddies, or my family lives over there, and then someone says, you know what, there are a bunch of terrorists over there who keep coming and slaughtering people, blowing up buses, blowing up restaurants, and so on. So we're gonna have to build a little fence. You're gonna have to kind of build that fence. And yeah, if you had buddies, over that way, and now there's a fence that, yeah, it does make things more difficult. I don't understand why this is like some unique thing about Israel being especially evil for wanting this fence there.
Secondly, once again, people like to talk about what's going on. They never talk about why it's going on. 1947, of course, prior to that, violence by the mostly Muslim Arabs against the Jews over and over again. 1947, rejection to make a peace deal. In the 1947 riots, 1948, Arabs come together and declare war on Israel with the promise to destroy it and to take all of the land. It fails, and ever since, They are trying and 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 trying. We keep talking about what's happening during this whole thing. We don't talk about 1947. We don't talk about 1948. We don't talk about how the non-Jewish side never even wanted to make peace, led by Muslims, and unfortunately, we have some Christians who actually go along with the Muslim narrative here.
Hey, Pete. You know what really sucks is like the most heinous thing that was ever done. I used to live way down near the southern border, Texas and stuff, and way back in the day when there was no border control and stuff, you could just walk. You could just walk over into Mexico, go to church there. And so I'd go to church there with all my Mexican friends, and they could come over here and stuff. And you just walk back and forth, no problem, and so on. Then eventually get to like drug cartels and things like this. And like, we need a little bit of security there. And all of a sudden it made it harder to just, walk back and forth between these places. And it's clearly, massive persecution of Christians. Their goal was obviously to make it more difficult for a Christian to go, from here to over in that church in Mexico. Obviously, like, there's just persecution of Christians, man. That's what it's there for. That's why they
messed up, man.
And then Trump comes along. He's like, we need to build a wall between churches so Christians cannot travel easily between churches and stuff. And there was a boys' home over there in Mexico, and then boys could come from Texas over into Mexico and go visit the boys' home and stuff like this. But then they say no, we need border security and stuff like that, and they just ruined it. It's massive persecution of Christians, man.
Damn.
By the way, I just made all that up. I never lived there.
Oh, okay. Well, it kind of sounds similar to the story here, but I can't really tell what the connection is.
Yeah, guys, just think about any other place in the world. You have a bunch of terrorists come and try to slaughter you from over there. What do you do? Oh, AP. What did Egypt? No, I don't want to talk about the Egyptian wall. It's too easy. The giant Egyptian wall between Egypt and Gaza. Just imagine, AP, before there was a wall there, people in Gaza could just walk over to Egypt. They could just walk over to Egypt, and then Egypt suddenly decides, no, they might go from visiting that mosque to visiting this mosque, and we don't want them, and they decide to divide things. They're causing division, and they don't want people traveling. Why? Egypt knows there's dealing with a bunch of terrorists there, and they don't want terrorists to have easy access to Egypt. Why isn't that the huge problem? Guess what, guys? You can apply the exact same reasoning. Before there was a big wall and big border security there, people from Gaza could just walk right over there, walk right up into Egypt, walk right up into Sinai. And what happened? Egypt said, there is a bunch of terrorists there. We do not want them walking over here. So you know what? We're going to build the mother of all walls here. How are they not the evilest place on the entire planet? That's what, guys, if you look at that wall, go check out the Israeli wall. This is like 10 times better.
Yeah, Egypt was having people come over,
persecuting Muslims, man.
But eventually, Egypt said,
"How about no?"
And then they built the wall.
Yeah, and think about it. You got these Christians in Gaza. You got Christians in Egypt. And back in the day, those Christians could all visit each other. You could have, guess what? You got families. You got families of people in Gaza who have relatives in Egypt, and it would have been really nice for them to be able to go back and forth and visit each other. And then what does Egypt do? Just divides them and says, nope, no more crossing easily, and made it super hard. Isn't that weird?
Yep.
No one complains about it. There's only one nation on the planet where you complain about them doing something like that. That's a good point.
Yes. Astro Inferno says,
because the psychopath brother knows how to restrain his words.
Astro Inferno says, from the river to the sea, Aisha was 9 and Muhammad was 53. It's pretty rude.
54.
A normal man says there is no oppression except for women, non-Arabs, and people who don't believe in the same God as us. There is no treachery except that our God is the greatest of all deceivers, and lying is an acceptable thing to do. POS. Terribly rude. Mo the Goat, well said, AP. Thank you. High Bars Barbecue says, how is Tucker Carlson screwing up this bad? Tucker Carlson has certain interests in his mind, including being funded by certain interests.
Yeah, you have to wonder. You have to wonder how much of stuff that people say is money versus just being crazy. You know, keep in mind, guys, I'm not saying you're crazy if you criticize things Israel does. You can criticize things Israel does all day long. It's when we kind of notice a pattern of going with the most insane takes on every issue, it seems like there's something else at work. So what is it? Is it money? Is it just being a crazy conspiracy theorist? What accounts for the massively overrepresented rage towards one group of people?
So there's one thing, which is that Omid Malik provided $15 million in seed funding to Tucker Carlson's network via his firm 1789 Capital. He is an American of Iranian Pakistani descent and a Muslim, but probably completely unrelated. Probably nothing to do with any of that. Yeah. Normal man, why is Tucker even interviewing a nun? I thought women had no teaching authority in Eastern Orthodox. They do, but not as a nun. In a war. Yeshua the King, why is AP acting like Sam Shamoon? Good question. Cool Bob says, which Dawa guy you think most likely to convert to Christianity? I don't know. What do you think, David? I don't like to speculate about people converting.
I'd have to think about it.
Michelle B, probably Mohammed Hijab. Michelle B says, defender of nuns to the rescue. AP, the most humble, just needs a nap. He'll be okay. This is true. Sandman, you guys should react to Way of Life Esk, who claims he got arrested by some IDF soldiers who get possessed by jinn. Fakest story I've ever heard. The heck?
They do love fake stories.
Gotta check that out. Whoopster AP, don't let them gaslight you. You're right. Call this out. Well. I'm gonna be in trouble, so it's too late now. Fatwat said, did you see the Urdu train station? No. Jack Ray says, okay, just no one give AP a map to draw or redraw. Stay calm. Just put the maps down. What I did see was in London, in East London, there was a park. That really pissed me off, man. I said that several times on different places, on different channels that interviewed me, but it kind of pissed me off. So there was a park in Whitechapel, which is in East London. There is a park as we were walking by there, and the park is called the Altab Ali Park. And I thought, what? Altab what park now? Altab Ali Park. So it's called the Altab Ali Park in London. And I thought to myself as I was walking there, what the heck is Altab Ali Park? And when was it named Altab Ali Park? So it was named after a Bangladeshi guy who got stabbed or something. They renamed the park. You know what the park was called before this? Before it was called the Altab Ali Park, it was called the St. Mary's Park. That really pissed me off for some reason. I don't know why. I can't really put my finger on it. AP is awesome. Was awesome. You came to Canary Wharf. It was indeed. Were you there? Were you there? Abraham Harp, I've been away for a while, but your favorite Aussie has returned. Welcome to the club. I only came back to mention how solid that non's mustache is, bigger than Dihia's. This is very rude. Very, very rude. Thank you. Appreciate that. Crazy Normie, why is Tucker servicing Islamist Wang so much right now? It's very rude. Sales Boy says, I love Jesus in comics. Follow me. Follow him. Cool Bob, do you think New York will become Islamified like London in the future? Or do you think things will get better in NYC in the future in terms of Islam? I mean, it already has a 10% Muslim population. I don't know where it goes. David, what do you think as a former New Yorker?
No, you just... I mean, things could always change legally or something like that, but it's not as easy to get large numbers of Muslims into New York as it is to get them into London. And London's already got 1.3 million.
All hail to Allah.
You don't have this steady stream just crossing from France into UK and stuff like that.
All hail to Allah. All the him, give it all to Allah.
Yeah. Let's see. What else is here? Jack Ray, when AP says to be frank, is he about to emulate Charles Martel, Frank's Battle of Tours? Hey, that's a funny idea.
Hey, am I getting this wrong? I've been looking up what Tucker said about foreign aid. Is it correct that Israel gets about $3.8 billion and then it's in military grants, or is that just part of it, and then there's a bunch elsewhere?
That's pretty much about it.
Because that's like a tiny fraction. He said it's a huge portion of their GDP.
The thing is also it's called subsidizing, and it's not that America just gives out free stuff. It is that America gives them this much room to freely buy from American industry, from American businesses, American military defense businesses. So America basically gives Israel the opportunity to buy stuff from American businesses. What actually is happening there is that America is not providing free money to Israel. America is providing money to American providers of these services. That's what's happening there. Much of what's going to Israel is coming back to America.
From 2001 to 2023, the biggest recipient of U.S. foreign aid was Afghanistan. Israel was second, but a close third was Iraq, and Egypt. Egypt gets has gotten over half of what Israel gets, and so on. And then you have Jordan, Pakistan, and so on. It's just weird. It's you've got all these countries: Jordan, Pakistan, Ethiopia, Kenya, Colombia, and then you've got what Israel's getting, which is basically grants to fund to buy U.S. military supplies. And that's the only thing people focus on. Again, Afghanistan, biggest recipient. Iraq, basically the same as Israel. And then also massive amounts of money. Egypt, Ukraine, Jordan, Pakistan, Ethiopia, Kenya, Colombia. No complaints about any of that, except occasionally Ukraine, but Israel's pretty much 99.8% of the complaints you'll hear.
Kenya, stop it, please. None or not, she talks utter nonsense. She gets called a whore, and everyone who supports her is a whore. It's pretty messed up. That's very rude. How could you say that about a nun?
Yeah, that's so like AP 2 hours ago.
What's wrong with you? E&M Creations. Everyone needs someone in their life that makes them laugh as hard as David Wood makes AP snort. When did anyone make me snort? I don't remember any such thing. I'm the truth. Can a man with a mustache be a nun? This is very rude. June Trenholm and Chris Lam is lame. This is very rude too. David Wood Moggs. Pretty rude. Mark H.
I don't know what Moggs means. That could be a good thing.
I have no idea. Emperor Palpatine. Afarox the 12th became a YouTube member. Welcome to the club. AP, how was your UK trip? What was the best part? The best part was the people. The people. That was it. That's it.
Oh, hey! So I looked up. I looked up Moggs, and the AI said Moggs can refer to managed order guides, mannocil, oligosaccharide, glucosidase, myelin, oligodendrocyte, glycoprotein, or multidisciplinary oncology groups. So none of that made sense. But then I saw the slang meaning, and it says Mog is a humorous internet slang term meaning to outclass. So that means David outclasses. Just to be clear. Now we all know Moggs.
Interesting.
We all learned something today.
Interesting.
Did you have fish and chips?
Yes.
Was it good?
Yes. Anyway, RKZ edits. Did you go to Tim Hortons? Apparently they have one in London, but it sells burgers. SMH, such a disgrace. No, I didn't. Apple Baker, David Wood. Have you ever heard of the Japanese food natto, fermented bean curd? The smell is awful, but it's very healthy. David Wood and AP. Do you eat sushi?
I literally jumped into this talking about how I was just eating sushi.
Beast. All right, let's watch.
And sashimi.
Let's watch some more of this video.
Affecting our religious life. I can't go to visit my convent easily anymore because of this wall. It's disrupting our school life. And we'd like to see, it's not for security. It's not separating Israel from
It only has decreased
It's not
terrorist
first
attacks from 5,000 air terrorist attacks a year to barely any terrorist attacks a year. But hey, yeah, it's probably not about security at all. They probably
Yeah.
just do it for fun, you know.
Yeah, it really, really worked. It was one of the most successful terrorist prevention measures ever taken, but it wasn't about security. It was just to annoy you and make it harder for you to visit a school.
Yeah,
That's why they did it. The Jews were like, we got all these terrorist attacks. We don't care about them. We don't care about the people being slaughtered in the name of Allah every single day. But you know what? We do have a problem with these Christians walking over there to that school with ease. Let's build a wall to annoy them so she can complain on Tucker Carlson.
I looked up this kind of stuff long time ago when I made a video.
Long time ago.
When I made a video about this, but I think the wall and measures that Israel built actually led to like more than 90% reduction in terrorist attacks on Israeli soil.
Well, that's, a pleasant side effect, but the real goal was to stop this lady from having easy access to
Probably
other places.
Probably. Sven Doggy says parasites are full of sushi, just so you know.
Palestine is separating Palestine from Palestine in the two. I get back home.
I'm sorry.
And they did that just for fun, you know.
What kind of reception did you see? You went to Congress.
Yeah, and there were a handful. Actually, I remember a very sweet occurrence. He's died since, but Senator Paul Wellstone of Minnesota. I was scheduled to meet him, and he wasn't there. But then he came, and he literally ran down the hall to catch me. So there were a few people that were sympathetic, but overall, no. And I even felt the sense when I was talking to people that like I went to a meeting where there were a few aides there of different Congress people, right? Not just in one office, and just felt as if there was someone there watching what he was saying or doing.
Jews give them aides.
Anyway, so I get back.
Did you meet with any Christian church leaders here in the U.S.?
Unfortunately, I mean, the Catholic Church has done a lot and said a lot, but I sad to say, I feel the Orthodox Church in America has been very reluctant to speak out on this issue.
Why?
Or to get involved.
Wait a minute. Why am I getting thrashed by Orthodox Christians? This woman literally just sits here and says that the church that actually did something was the Catholic Church, and that the Orthodox Church barely
Church in America said a lot, but I sad to say, I feel the Orthodox Church in America has been very reluctant to speak out on this issue.
What?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. The online Orthodox community will probably say that the Orthodox Church in America is controlled by the Jews. You know how it goes.
Or to get involved. Maybe sometimes I think it's just simply awareness. Even when people go on pilgrimages to the Holy Land, they probably have Israeli tour guides, and they don't, it's an amazing experience to go to the Holy Land. It's over.
Wait, dude, didn't you go on tours before, like Christian tours in Israel?
Yeah, I went on a Christian tour when I was in Israel. Yes, it was an Israeli tour guide because it was in Israel.
Was
and
he a
so
Jew?
it was like, if you go for a tour in the United States, it's probably going to be a tour guide from the United States. When we crossed over into the West Bank to go to Bethlehem, it was not an Israeli tour guide. It was a West Bank tour guide.
West Bank
represent.
Okay, yeah. Well, see, there you go, debunked.
Overwhelming to be a pious person to go there, and you're thinking about going to see where Jesus was, and here I'm on the Sea of Galilee, and you don't really perceive what that wall means, or who are those people living over there, or how come there's only cars with yellow plates here.
Wait, so you David, you went on a tour and you were led through the West Bank by a West Bank guy and a woman.
Yeah, a woman from Bethlehem.
But that was probably just actually an Israeli person under disguise as a West Bank woman, right?
They said something about Israeli tour guides aren't supposed to be over there or something like that. They said we're not allowed over there. You see this? They're being oppressed. The Israeli tour guides are being oppressed. They're not even allowed. Their movement is being restricted.
faith.
And then we were in Jericho, and I saw these green and white plates. What does that mean going on? They don't understand it, so they don't get the concept.
What does the yellow
for 2 weeks.
license plate mean?
Yellow plate is for people who live in the state of Israel, and they can go on certain roads, all roads, and for Palestinians who have a Jerusalem ID are allowed to have a car with a yellow plate. And then
Wait a minute. What do you mean all roads? I'm pretty sure that the people from Israeli thing are not supposed to go on certain roads that are only reserved for Palestinian West Bank residents.
AP, did you know that in America you have to have an American license plate?
Really? That's messed
Weird.
up, man.
Palestinians have green and white plates, and they cannot use. So over that time that I've been here, as the settlements have grown, you build the infrastructure for it. The electricity, the roads, separate roads that are used only by people that have yellow plates. As a foreigner and part of a foreign church, we were entitled to have either those, or they also have white diplomatic plates, that kind of diplomatic and religious plates that are there. So there's very much an apartheid system, very much so. It's which gave me the free.
This is apartheid system, dude. She's just describing a country.
Yeah, she's describing the rules of a country, namely. You can't always just take some random car into drive it up into a different country and think that everything is okay there.
Literally, a place with borders is apparently an apartheid state.
Yeah, because there's going to be different rules for people who are actually citizens of this place and people who aren't.
What do you mean different rules? It's literally apartheid, man.
Yeah, it's apartheid.
Freedom to help my Christian friends in Bethlehem and other places. Like one time there was a woman who, her daughter, they were from Bethlehem, married a Christian who lived in Jerusalem. So he had rights to be in the city of Jerusalem, have blue ID. But the mother, when the daughter gave birth to their first child, she didn't have any way to go to see her daughter because it would be illegal for her to go into Jerusalem.
Cool. When I got married, my parents couldn't go to visit me in America because they don't have permits to be in America.
It's apartheid, man.
To get there. So I had the school van, and I went to Bethlehem, go get her. And a lot of times we'd have a little more leeway. If I go through a checkpoint, they'll see it's a nun, and I can pass through a lot easier.
Wait, she's saying it's easier for a nun to go through a checkpoint. Shouldn't it be harder since literally the entire point of the checkpoint was to stop Christians from having easy access to one another?
Wait, what? Wait a minute. What?
So I had the school van, and I went to Bethlehem, go get her. And a lot of times we'd have a little more leeway. If I go through a checkpoint, they'll see it's a nun, and I go pass through a lot easier than someone else would. So I was able.
What the hell?
I thought
she just sat there and for quite a while talked about how Israel is oppressing or having an apartheid system to specifically prevent Christians.
Yeah, it wasn't about security, not about security,
stuff away and all that.
Not about stopping terrorists. It's about stopping Christians from being able to move about freely. And then she says, since I'm a nun, it's way easier for me to get around.
This is the funny thing about lying, that it's very difficult to be consistent when you're lying.
To get her through and be able to go see her daughter at the birth of her granddaughter.
We're sorry to say it, but this is not a...
I don't care about your country music, man. Okay.
Vacation, there's a system. I'll just be totally blunt with you. Most Americans are aware that there's a system, something like what you just described.
Right.
But the pretext for it...
You mean there are borders? Yeah, we're aware of that.
Justification for it is that there's a lot of Islamic terrorism. There are a couple intifadas. There are a lot of suicide bombings. And it's just...
Yeah, who could think that? Why would they think that? Yeah.
Islamic terror. And most Americans have been taught for 25 years that Islamic terror is this...
Yeah, no, that's totally not real. It's totally fantasy, made up.
Is a threat. And, there's some truth in that, of course. But so we assume that Christians would be getting an exemption from all this. Why would Christians who are not responsible for Christian terror, there's no such thing, why would they be penalized?
David, do you remember the conversation? Do you happen to remember the conversation that I had with, I don't want to mention who I had the conversation with, but we were together in Israel, in Jerusalem, and I had a conversation with a Christian, with a Coptic Greek Christian. And I asked him about the situation in Israel. And I asked him about how it is for Christians in Israel and all that. It wasn't recorded. We were just talking off the camera. We were sitting together. And he told me there that that one of the only things that bothers him is that they're living in an environment where there's a constant tension, a constant things that things could escalate and go wrong between the Muslims and the Jews, but that as Christians they're in the middle of it, and that Muslims actually have some resentment against Christians because when Christians go to a checkpoint, for example, and the Israeli security forces see that the Christians have a cross hanging in their car, the Israeli security forces calm down and just, easily let them pass, let them through. And do you remember that conversation by any chance?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you do, but so the Christian was explaining to me that as Christians, of course, we are being treated differently by the Israeli security forces when we go to a checkpoint and they see they see we're approaching, they get nervous. But then once they see that we have a cross or a crucifix hanging in our car, they calm down and let down their guard basically and treat us differently and let us through quickly and all that. And the Muslims see that. The Muslims see that we get preferential treatment from the Jews, from the Israeli security forces, which is why they start building resentment against us and saying, "Oh, you're just, you are in on it with the Jews and all that." This is what the Christian was telling me.
And the lady just confirmed it, basically, right? She said, "Hey, since I'm a Christian, I'm a nun. They just let me through."
Yeah. It's amazing, man.
Yeah, I was looking up number of deaths from terrorist attacks and stuff like this. Israel started building the wall in 2002. That's when they started building the wall. So around that time. So if you go back in 2001, there were 207 deaths from terrorist attacks. In 2002, there were 457 deaths from terrorist attacks. That's when they started building the wall. Took a while. Then 213 the next year, then 124 the year after that. Then it dropped to 53, then to 29, then to 13. The number of deaths from terrorist attacks plummeted just by building a border fence and having checkpoints. Until you get down to like 2020, there were two.
So what you're saying is they didn't do it for security. They just did it for fun.
Yeah, they did it to annoy Christians, and then they gave Christians special treatment to get through. It's weird.
Huh, interesting. It's kind of weird how that works, man. Kind of weird how that works. La, 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 la. I just saw this comment. It's quite funny. Maya Khadij, probably actual name is like Mahmoud or something. I don't know. Because I made a post adopting this trend of everyone was Muslim here in my family, then I'm a Christian now. Mm-hmm. Here's a post. Redwan wanted to convert to Judaism, but the tribe didn't accept him. So he's cosplaying as Orthodox Christian, selling Christian Zionist apostasy to the Orthodox as only a Turkish salesman can do.
That's funny about the Turkish salesman thing, dude.
That's funny. It is.
That's how you guys are. You're like, oh, for you, this T-shirt, $120. And no, that's too much. Okay, just for you, 100. No.
He's actually
80, just 80. Okay, become Orthodox and support Israel.
There's actually some lore here. So nobody ever has denied my becoming my request or attempt of becoming Jewish. On the contrary, there's something that I still feel kind of bad about, which is that a year ago or so, I actually received an invitation as I was exploring Judaism and getting more and more Jewish stuff, I received an invitation from a Chabad house, which is a very Orthodox Jewish house of peeps that were gathering, that are regularly gathering for the Sabbath, and they invited me to join them for a weekend. They invited me to join them for a weekend. They said they sent me a very, very nice, a very kind invitation to go and experience the Sabbath with them, to experience Jewish stuff with them, to have conversations about Jewish things with them, to ask them whatever I want to do. Yeah, Hasidic Orthodox Christians, to ask them whatever I want to ask them, and so on, and to just basically have a good time and explore more Jewishness with them. And I did say to them, "This is such a great honor. I've always wanted to see it, always wanted to attend, so I want to come." But that was also around the time that I was, so maybe it wasn't a year ago, maybe it was less than a year ago, probably. It was around the time that I was kind of in between things, and I was exploring Christian stuff, and I did give them the okay to come and visit them. And as we were in the arrangements, I eventually kind of dropped the whole thing and decided to go a different way. So, I was in touch with the Hasidic Orthodox Jewish community, and they were very open and very nice and very inviting to me. It's very stupid and absurd to think that somebody who actually wants to be part of them wouldn't be accepted by them. They do have one thing, which is they say that they do not prefer conversions. In fact, if somebody tries to convert, I think it's a tradition to just 3 times say, you better go and think about this again and come back. Because number one, they don't want to burden you with all the commandments of Judaism. And number two, it is considered a collective religion where every individual is together responsible for the Jewish actions and their commitment to God. So if somebody becomes Jewish, but then doesn't, for example, follow the commandments, it's actually considered a negative for the community. So they want somebody who converts to Judaism to actually be to be committed to Judaism and to follow the commandments. So if somebody is sincerely found to want to convert to Judaism and to follow the commandments, they would love to accept that. Otherwise, they would tell you, just believe in God and do these other things, and you'll be fine. I was totally in the process. I eventually decided not to do it and became a Christian.
So that's your story now. But in reality, you went to Israel and said, "Hey guys, I want to become a Jew." And they're like, "You can't be a Jew. You're Turkish. Get out of here, you Turkish scum." And then you cried and became Orthodox.
Basically, yeah.
Basically.
That was the real story. So the first part was completely made up. In reality, I was rejected by the Jews, you see.
Penalized for this. Why wouldn't they, again, when the patron saint state is majority Christian, why wouldn't the Christians there be getting some kind of special pass? I just don't understand that.
Didn't she literally say she gets a special pass for being a Christian?
Because I don't think it's Islamic terror that's taking place in the first place. I think we have to disabuse ourselves of that notion that this is a battle between Muslim and Jew. Or that, constantly you heard after the October event was that the Hamas.
The what? The what now?
This
the
isn't
October
about
event?
The October party? Is that what she's on about?
All right, I want to slow this down.
The event. So not the mass murder, not the terrorist, the event.
Don't understand that. Why punish the Christians for Islamic terror?
First off, she literally, and she literally just acknowledged that Christians actually get preferred treatment. But however, let's continue.
Because I don't think it's Islamic terror that's taking place in the first place. I think we have to disabuse ourselves of that notion that this is a battle between Muslim and Jew. Or
it literally is, according to Hamas themselves.
Yeah. Did they not say that they're going to keep attacking until they wipe out every Jew as commanded by Muhammad, and then they actually quote the Hadith?
Yep. In fact, since we are apparently stupid, let's just do it. Let's just go to it. Hamas Covenant 1988.
AP brought the receipts. Can you? This seriously reminds me of after every terrorist attack in France, Germany, UK, and so on. People say, "Oh, but this has nothing to do with Islam." Meanwhile, the guy's screaming Allahu Akbar as he's stabbing people in the neck and stuff like that. Oh, but it has nothing. It's because of something else. It's because of climate change, and they'll say it's got nothing to do with Islam. Reminds me of that. It's like you almost feel bad for the terrorist. It's like the point of a terrorist attack is to promote the cause that you're killing over. And if no one will listen to you, if you're like, I killed all these people, now you listen to me, and they go, no, what you're really doing it for is this other thing. It's like, gosh, man, what am I doing this for?
So let us read then Article 7 of the Hamas Charter. Article 7 of the Hamas Charter. Article 7 of the Hamas Charter. Let us read it. Let us read it and let us see what it says. Are you ready to read it and to see what it says? Let's read it. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can make this work. Hold up.
Article 7. As a result of the fact that those Article 7. As a result of the fact that those Muslims who adhere to the ways of the Islamic resistance movement.
What the heck?
Article 7. As a result of the fact that those Muslims. Article 7. As a result of the fact that those Muslims who adhere to the ways of the Islamic resistance movement.
It doesn't even sound like me, man. What's wrong with
it? It sounds exactly like you.
No, it doesn't sound like me at all. What is this, man?
That totally sounds like you. I was like, is this a recording or is AI this advanced?
As a result of the fact that those Muslims who adhere to the way.
There's not even my accent, man. What is?
No, that isn't anymore. But before, you keep changing it, man. You can't keep changing it and then say, "Oh, I changed it now, so it doesn't sound like me."
This is so weird. I'm just using AI because I don't want to read it myself. I just wanted to read it for me. So, you know.
Ways of the Islamic resistance.
So anyway, let me just read it. Article 7. As a result of the fact that those Muslims who adhere to the ways of the Islamic resistance movement spread all over the world, rarely supported. Okay. I'm just going to keep up on this and just read the one part again. Moreover, if the links have been distant from each other, and if obstacles placed by those who are the lackeys of Zionism in the way of the fight has obstructed the continuation of the struggle, the Islamic resistance movement aspires. So this is called Hamas. Aspires to the realization of Allah's promise, no matter how long that should take. And what is that promise? The Prophet, Allah bless him and grant him salvation, has said, the day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight the Jews and kill the Jews. When the Jew will hide behind a stone or a tree, the stone and tree will say, "Oh, Muslim.
Ya Muslim!
O servant of Allah, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him." Only the garget tree, which is not a snitch, would not do that because it is one of the trees of the Jews.
You need one of your awesome Spotify songs about the garget tree. You need a song called "Garget Tree Don't Snitch."
Oh yeah, I do. I need to do that. You're right. I did make songs in the past about just reading this hadith, but it's actually I should make a whole song about the garget tree itself. That'll be nice.
Oh, garget tree, oh, garget tree, it's so great you won't snitch on me.
So yeah, this is directly in the charter of Hamas. Hamas has it in their charter that their ultimate goal is to what? Kill the Jews.
That's what I'm saying. So you have these guys. Hey guys, why do you want to kill all these Jews? Because of what Muhammad said, which would be Islam. Islam calls for this. And then they go out and do it, and she's, we need to disabuse ourselves. Dude, I didn't watch any of this until sitting here, but when I hear her say something like that, I don't care about anything else she says. I just don't. When When you've got people saying we're killing you because of what Muhammad said, and we're going to keep coming at you and coming at you and coming at you until all of you are wiped out. Why? Because it's a command of Muhammad, and you say, "Oh, no, this isn't about Islam or targeting Jews or something like that." Okay, I do not take you seriously as a person who has any clue what she's talking about. You're either completely ignorant or you're evil. Lots of other stuff I could understand. If you're a Christian in the West Bank and something happened because of some Jewish strike on a terrorist group and it blew up your house or something, and you're complaining about the Jews, okay, I understand that. You're in a spot where some stuff has happened to you and stuff. But this is just covering for Islam, using, and Tucker too. Hey, let me get a woman on here who say to tell people this is nothing about Islam. And what's he getting paid? $15 million from some Pakistani Iranian dude.
Yeah.
Evil stuff, man. Evil
stuff.
That, constantly you heard after the October event was that Hamas. Even to this day, we hear it's Hamas.
Yeah. She can't even say the October 7 terrorist attack.
Yeah, it reminds me of Ilhan Omar.
She can't
just because some people did something on September 11th.
October 7.
And then she's...
Why would I have any respect for her? I'm sorry, look,
And then she's saying, "Oh, and people say Hamas." I'm like, what did Hamas have to do with this? What a freaking nut job, man.
I try to be as good about this as possible, but it's just it's really difficult for me to acknowledge, to appreciate how in the world I'm supposed to be reasonable about this. I'll just drop it, man.
That's what I'm saying, man. You can say a lot of things that I completely disagree with, and I still don't think you're evil, and I don't think you're being deceptive and so on. Eventually you cross a line. I'm like, nope, you're either in the you're in a different category now, and I do not take you seriously.
Just think about this. You have a lot of people, innocent people. Of course, if you have a preconceived notion about them, they're not innocent people to you.
People.
You have a lot of innocent people who are brutally killed. Over 1,000 of them who are brutally killed, brutally massacred
in that event.
Who are tortured.
It was an event.
Who are raped. Who are abducted and tortured and held.
That's all summarized in the word event, AP.
Who are held for a year or 2 years, being brutally tortured and starved.
That's part of the event.
Possibly executed at some point. Then you have their loved ones, the people they left behind, who have seen it happen or have heard of it, who are longing for their loved ones who were either brutally murdered or who were taken hostage, or who are taking care of traumatized civilians who simply were having a regular day, but who were brutally attacked by these animals, by these filthy Islamic terrorists. And these people have so much pain in them now. And we have seen the footage, hours and hours and hours and hours of footage of these Islamic terrorists doing all kinds of inhuman atrocities to them, executing people in the middle of the road, raping them, leaving them with their pants down after raping them, setting them on fire, and other civilian terrorists coming and shouting, Allahu Akbar, look at these Zionist dogs. You have videos of these terrorists going and torturing these civilians, beheading them, setting them on fire. You have all these things. And then you have some self-proclaimed nun here. Sorry, you have a nun here who actually sits down and who downplays or justifies or sugarcoats these things that these monsters do. As much as I would like to not condemn some people, it is just incredibly, incredibly difficult. There's a lot of really, really bad stuff in the world. And you have this filthy person disguised as a nun coming and justifying that kind of stuff. These terrorists, they would love to kill me as well, and David here as well, and you all, by the way, as well. They would love to kill us. They would love to murder us. They would love to expose our dead bodies and put them on the backs of their trucks and shout Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, and have their civilian population spit on our bodies, beat our dead bodies, be proud of it and love it. And you would have this nun come and still sweet talk and downplay those terrorists who do that kind of stuff to me, to David, to us. I don't know if I'm supposed to channel understanding and forgiveness and love. I certainly don't feel any of that for this woman here. And in fact, I said it before and I deleted it because I felt bad about it. But if she enjoyed the same consequences as Hamas, I wouldn't feel a single ounce of sadness about it.
Daniel Hakikachu, because it's not just Hamas, right? It's anyone who's taken these commands of Allah and Muhammad really seriously. But I mean, think about it. I just debated Daniel Hakikachu, and he spends the entire debate on a different topic, whining about Jews the entire time, whining about Israel, and telling Christians we need to be focusing on that. Meanwhile, he's a guy who believes that me and probably half the people in that church, because there are lots of people who've criticized Islam various points, should all be executed, and the rest should be subjugated. But I mean, think about it. These are guys who, because of the teachings of their religion, want me and all of my friends executed, because all my friends are either ex-Muslims or critics of Islam, and they would want my our wives turned into sex slaves and things like that. And they're sitting here telling us that we should be focused on Jews who aren't doing any of that. And then you've got this lady, and she agrees with them. You should be worried about the Jews, not about these guys who want to slaughter us.
And she says, "Oh no, there is no Islamic terrorism, and Hamas are actually not that bad, and they're not radical Islamists, and they just want to protect their people, If you think that's the definition of protecting their people, I wouldn't want anyone to be under your protection, you bastard nun.
And I have to say, Hamas could have protected its people by not launching the event, as she so eloquently put it.
Here, let's play this again.
We're just flooded with this message that those terrorists are coming to get us next, which is absurd. Has any member of Hamas or anybody of a Palestinian come and threatened America as an American? No, that's not what they're about.
إننا وصلنا إلى حالة الردع والدفاع عن الأرض المحتلة 510 مليون كيلومتر مربع، وهي مساحة كلها أرضية. سوف تعيش حالة لا ظلم فيها ولا قهر فيها ولا خيانة ولا ولا مسيحية غادرة.
But that's the tactic that's used, is that we have to plaster them as being these jihadists when they're nothing like that.
They're nothing like that.
Are they religious fanatics? Are they jihadis?
Not the people that I know.
أولا هو تنظيف فلسطين من دنس اليهود واستئصالهم بإذن الله، وهو قاب قوسين أو أدنى. 4 سنوات إخواننا، 2022 بكون خلصنا منهم. أما الأمر الثاني وهو إقامة الخلافة بعد أن تتعافى الأمة من سرطانها وهو اليهود بإذن الله سبحانه.
I would have voted for those guys because they weren't corrupt. They wanted to serve their people, and that's what it was about.
Weren't corrupt? Aren't these guys where the leaders all became billionaires?
لا أقول تستصرخكم، بل نحن الذين نحتاج هذه الدماء لكي توقظ فينا روح الثورة.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen anywhere. I'm not totally ingrained in the community, but it doesn't. The vibe there isn't one of wanting everybody to convert to Islam and forcing it upon them at all.
والذي يستعد إن شاء الله تعالى لتحرير القدس وتحرير الأقصى، والذي يستعد إن شاء الله تعالى نقولها بملء الفم يستعد لاحتضان الخلافة بعاصمتها القدس إن شاء الله تعالى. ولن تكون القدس عاصمة لفلسطين فقط كدولة مستقلة، وإنما ستكون عاصمة للخلافة. يجب أن ننتفض كشعب فلسطيني وأن نتخلص من هذه أسباب الخيانة والهمالة والعمالة. لمن؟ لليهود والنصارى، لمن يقتلون أبناء شعبكم؟ لا يجوز، يجب أن ننتفض.
And the purpose of Hamas is primarily to resist and to protect their people.
It's not just Palestine and Israel where the Christian population has shrunk. It seems like throughout the Levant.
Yes. And I think that's part of the whole greater Israel project. You know, isn't it so ironic that they've made such a big
targeting Christians?
Targeting Christians, yeah.
But yeah, hey, she's totally not defending Hamas, right?
Yes. Hamas. What is Hamas? Hamas are people who have had their homes taken from them, who, if they live in Gaza, have not been basically been in an open-air prison for certainly the last 20 years going on. Even when the Israelis withdrew from Gaza.
Shut up.
Wait. Hey, notice we always get the conflicting stories when you're criticizing Israel. It's an open-air prison. But then they'll get the, look, it was a paradise before the Jews started attacking us after this war. Look at the paradise.
It's so funny, man. Open-air prison? What open-air prison? What freaking open-air prison? When was it an open-air prison? The only time that you could compare some aspects of it to a prison was when it was deliberately imprisoned by Hamas themselves and cut off from the rest of the so-called Palestinian territories. In 2005, Israel decided to leave Gaza and to let them govern it, and temporarily imposed a blockade around Gaza. With, by the way, very, very important, people never like to mention this, with the approval of Egypt, with the approval of Jordan, and with the approval of the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. So, Israel imposes a blockade on Gaza with the approval of Egypt, Jordan, and the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. Things go really bad. The population, instead of working toward a proper solution, where Israel says the blockade is a security measure which will be gradually lifted when Gaza takes control and elects proper leaders and all that. What happens, however, is that Gaza elects Hamas, a terrorist organization. Hamas then starts an internal civil war with the Palestinian Authority, kicks them out, and takes sole control of Gaza, of the Gaza Strip. And also comes out and says, we will never, ever recognize Israel. We will never make any deals with Israel. We will never cease attacking Israel. Israel then says, I'm sorry, under these circumstances, we will not lift the blockade at all. Upon which Hamas is like, oh, okay, let's write a new, let's have some new policies here. We will actually work towards some peaceful solutions. But we will never recognize Israel. We will never have any agreements. We will never stop attacking Israel. And Israel says, well, okay, well, you made your plan, you made your deal, so therefore we shall not lift the blockade until Hamas is gone. Hamas, of course, decides never to go and stays in place and rules over the Gaza Strip. Thereafter, with the approval, once again, of Egypt, Jordan, and the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, Israel keeps the blockade in place, and Hamas does nothing since then to simply fire rockets at Israel. This is what has been going on. Is Israel in the wrong for imposing a blockade and not lifting it? If you say they're wrong, well, propose an alternative. If your alternative includes acknowledging Hamas rule and letting Hamas prosper and fire and attack Israel with their intended goal of eradicating the Jews and destroying all of Israel and so on, I have to tell you, get the hell out of here. It's not happening. It was never supposed to happen. In fact, as soon as Hamas won and started attacking Israel, Israel should have, if it was for me, Israel should have gone in immediately and eliminated them and taken control of the entire Gaza Strip, never ever to give it back again. Unfortunately, Israel accepted the situation and decided to install security measures such as the Iron Dome, for example, which defended the Israeli population from attacks, from thousands of rocket attacks since the Hamas takeover. Under the blockade, by the way, the Gaza population was mostly free from the need to work, because with the excuse that they have a blockade around them, the United Nations and the nations of the world have been abundantly sending aid into Gaza, because the poor Gazans, they need it. What would they do without the aid? They need it all. So the people of the world and the United Nations have given them refugee status and protected people status, and have sent them immense amounts of aid every single freaking day, which is why the Gaza Strip has been a prosperous place, despite the fact that half of the population is unemployed. And those who are employed, many of them had the chance and the opportunity to work inside Israel on permits. And what happened? Many of those people who had permits to work inside Israel participated in the October 7 terrorist attacks. I'm sorry. Open air prison? Get the hell out of here.
So they didn't leave open borders. There was no freedom for people in Gaza to develop their economy. If I know people who wanted to,
as if they were interested in that,
try to go to school in America and couldn't get out of Gaza. You know, had a Fulbright scholarship and weren't able to leave.
I mean, couldn't get out.
Israel didn't give them permission. So what kind of freedom is that? If you live in Gaza,
they couldn't even fly out.
No, and their airport had been bombed.
Dude, we have so many people would go on vacation from Gaza all the time. People would go on vacation to Gaza all the time. What are you talking about? People would move out of Gaza all the time, move into Gaza all the time. This is complete nonsense.
In 2000 and early on, 2000, there was an airport built soon after the Oslo Accords, but Israel has intervened many times in Gaza and little by little destroyed. You know, when I first went there
in Gaza, there was an airport built that was destroyed later on in the early 2000s. Probably had nothing to do with terrorist attacks or anything.
In 2002, after the second Intifada started, I remember saying to my mother back home, you know, this is genocide, even that genocide by Chinese water torture. But now we're seeing genocide on steroids. What's going on?
What an interesting genocide, man. Gaza population growth. Let's see.
So this is beyond genocide. This is genocide on steroids.
Yeah, it's like ultra genocide.
Big genocide, really, really big genocide.
Look at this
regular genocide.
The genocide is so brutal that the population keeps growing. This is like a very peculiar form of genocide. Look at this.
And this is the steroids one.
Dude.
It kind of doesn't look like anything Israel has done has made a slight dent in the population. Like not even slightly. That's
like the most interesting genocide ever, man. Wow.
Yeah, so you got genocide, which normally wipes out large parts of a population, but then you have genocide on steroids where you can't even tell that anything happened by looking at the statistics.
Amazing, man. This genocide is like the most special genocide ever. Wow.
It's a miracle genocide. Oh, it's the opposite genocide. It's an inverse genocide.
I wish everyone experienced genocide like this, man. That would be amazing.
American, I should say.
Yes, I'm born in America. Yeah, lived in America, and getting back to Hamas. So also the school I was at has 350 girls. It's in a town that's 98% Muslim.
Yeah, hang on.
No, it has
hang on.
That genocide that we see there, that is not genocide on steroids. It looks more like fertilizer.
Yeah.
Israel's been dropping fertilizer on the population. That's what it looks like.
La 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 la. Nito Vladimirovich, these two would sacrifice America for the Jews. No, not America, but you, maybe. Yeah. La 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 la.
It's 98% Muslim. Though it has roots, I mean, it's the roots of where Bethany, where on our school grounds is a stone from the 6th century. This is where Christ met Martha at the resurrection. So we're talking about, and it's the road leading. They're still part of the road that existed when Christ walked during that time and would have seen Lazarus and Martha and Mary. Lazarus's tomb is down the road, right? So permeated even with Palestinian Muslim culture is the sense that Christians lived here and they recognize Jesus as a prophet. So they respect him there's.
Are you freaking kidding me? Now she's doing the whole Dawa script.
Dude, seriously, what is she saying here that like Daniel Hakikachu would not say? Like what? Yeah, what is she saying that would not be exactly what anyone reading a Dawa script would be saying to us right now?
Yeah, man, Muslims are so awesome to Christians. They're like the best to Christians, and they really love Jesus, man. They really love Jesus so much that they deny his crucifixion, because how could somebody so special ever be crucified?
And they call for us to be violently subjugated in the name of Allah.
Exactly. That's how much they love Jesus and Christians. They love Christians so much that they're all on the red list of countries where Christians are persecuted. Or sorry, almost all. Some countries are not on it. For example, here's one country. Here's Qatar. Qatar is on it. Bahrain is not on it. Dubai is not on it. Yemen is on it. Oman is on it. Saudi Arabia is on it. Jordan is on it, although it's on number 50, which is the last place. So this is countries where Christians are persecuted. Pay attention, all you dummies. By which of course I don't mean dummies. Do not include people who regularly watch this channel, because people who regularly watch this channel are not dummies. Only people who don't watch this channel regularly are dummies. So all those dummies who think Israel is a country that persecutes Christians, pay attention to this. Here is the data. You have Muslim countries. You can see all of them on very high levels of persecution of Christians or extreme levels of persecution of Christians. Turkey even is on here. Some people can't spell it properly, so they call it Turkey. Syria, Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan, Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Chad, Sudan, and so on.
Somalia number 2.
You have Pakistan, India, Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and so on. You have lots of countries on here on the list of countries where Christians face persecution, high levels of persecution. You know what country is not on here? I'm on it with the mouse right now. It doesn't highlight it because it's not a country where there are high levels of persecution. It's Israel. But
so what you're saying is, when we look at this map and we see that the most glaring common factor in countries that persecute Christians is Islam, and the second leading factor would be communism. You got China there, North Korea, and so on. That what we should be focusing on is
Jews.
Israel and Jews.
Yeah. Here you have the list. Main religion: Islam. There are countries where it's actually Here, agnosticism. That's funny. Islam. So the main persecutor or the main religion in charge of the country, not the main persecutor, but the main religion in the country. Agnosticism, Islam, Christianity. Funny enough, Nigeria, the persecution comes from Islamic tribes, Islamic oppression. Oh yeah, here you have the cause of oppression. Communist and post-communist oppression, Islamic oppression, dictatorial paranoia, Islamic oppression, religious nationalism, Islamic oppression, communist, religious, Islamic oppression, dictatorial propaganda, paranoia, Islamic oppression, communist oppression, Islamic oppression, dictatorial, dictatorial, organized crime, Islamic oppression, Christian denominational protectionism. Ethiopia, Islamic oppression, religious nationalism, Islamic oppression, dictatorial paranoia, Islamic oppression, communist, Islamic oppression, organized crime, Islamic oppression.
What we're waiting for is Jews being Jews.
So as we can see, the main reason why Christians are oppressed in the world is Jews, and of course not Muslims. Very smart.
She's doing a bang.
I'm not saying that everything is perfect. You can't have divisions between, just like even with Christians. Some Christians I think we should have allow politics to be in the church or legislate Christian morality. And others would think totally different. So you can have sort of differences of opinion.
We have disagreements, and we have difficulty. Even some Christians say, "Hey, we should do some things this way, and we should do something that way." And some Muslims think we should all be killed. It's like
there's that,
yeah,
if you will, and we can all live with each other between that. So with Muslim and Christian, they can have their differences, but overall, the Palestinian culture is infused with both. There.
So you were a nun in a majority Muslim town, a Christian nun.
Yep.
In your habit, I assume.
And which also was to an advantage because pious Muslims are not jihadists, the ones that I know. I'm not saying other parts of the world that may be the case, but in Palestine, it's simply not the case. Or Syria or Lebanon or Iraq. The Muslims that for the most part are, they've all grown up together, the Christians and the Muslims. And there's a certain.
This woman disgusts me, man. I feel like no ounce of goodness on her. It's just
didn't ISIS take over Iraq?
Yeah, and I mean, she literally describes Hamas as not fanatic religion, not Islamist fanatic.
Didn't she say she'd vote for those guys?
Yeah. What can I trust her? How can I trust anything she says? How can I trust her definition of what jihadist is?
Certain amount of commonality and respect. And so me being dressed like this was just like many of the women there, right? So they kind of respected.
Yeah, just for you, it was optional. For them, it was forced. Yeah.
And about half the teachers during the time I was there, some Muslim, some Christian.
In a Christian school.
Yes, and actually that's all throughout Palestine. The Orthodox.
Tucker sounds the same as when he's like amazed by shopping carts in Russia. Like, really? Oh. This sounds like the best place in the world the way you're describing it. Oh my goodness. Goodness.
You know what's the best thing about him is he will never ever have a conversation with an Israeli Christian. Israeli Christians reach out and want to have a conversation with him to counter these narratives. He will never actually he talks about how Israel treats Christians, but he does not ever want to have a conversation with an actual Israeli Christian.
And notice the difference in how he interviews people, right? So he's interviewing her. She's spouting just complete idiotic nonsense. And he just keeps feeding it, right? If he's going up against someone who has a different narrative, then it's what's the exact population of Iraq? Oh, you don't know? Why are we listening to this idiot right here? Why are we listening to this idiot? Who's this moron? Get off my show, you kafir.
Confused by the idea that the Christian population is declining under Israeli rule.
Yeah.
You would think just...
It's actually not. It is the only place where the Christian population is increasing in the Middle East. But yeah, whatever.
It's the opposite.
What gives them what I observed from my time in Israel and going back every year is that they do not want any Palestinians there. So the majority of Christians in Israel and Palestine are Palestinian. So they have to leave too. What grieves me is that
the so-called Palestinian population in Israel is increasing faster than the Jewish population, as far as I'm aware. Let me see. Arab population growth, Israel. Arab population growth, Israel. Currently, Israel has a 21% Arab Israeli population. They seem to really want to get rid of them. See, they seem to really just kick them out. All they really don't like them. It's very, 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 very bad. Very rude. Very rude. Among the Arab citizens of Israel, 84% are Muslim, 8% are Christian, 8% are Druze. Jews. Jewish population growth. Let's see. In Israel, the Arab population generally experiences a higher growth rate than the Jewish population. Once again, she's completely making things up. What a liar. What a freaking liar.
The Holocaust is a horrible, horrible thing that happened.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Wow. Thank you.
I'm surprised she didn't just say the event in Germany.
Yeah. Well, the 40s event in Europe.
The event, the thing that happened.
The back in the day, the thing.
Yeah, the event.
People slaughtered fairly quickly. Sometimes the thought comes to me when I've driven between, there's a tunnel road that goes from Jerusalem to Bethlehem, and it's only for the settlers to go on down to the continued settlements that lead down further south in Israel to Hebron, or actually I shouldn't say Israel, into Palestine, other Palestinian territory. As you're going, that tunnel road has been carved out of land that belongs to people in Bethlehem and Bejala, which you're passing by on that tunnel road. So it's like a living death. How would you like to be a man? That was your grandfather's olive trees, but now it's controlled by Israel, and you're not even allowed to drive on that road. And on that...
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Guess what was before that? The Arabs were literally given the territory to manage for themselves, but they decided to declare war on Israel instead, and then they lost it. Why would I give a damn?
That very same road, I remember a poignant picture. There was a woman that worked at our convent, she was a nurse, and took care of the nuns. And she had a home, a very typical stone Arab home, beautiful home with grapevines. I remember going to pick the grapes at the house. That is now they just confiscated the land. She fought it. She fought as long as she could to try to keep her property. And I remember passing by there some years, and there's slowly new Israel homes are being built that look very.
So what? So what? Is there still any solution there to actually make peace with Israel and make a proper solution? No. Why do you expect Israel to make all the steps? Grow up.
Just like many.
I still don't care anymore, man. Christians are being killed in the Holy Land. All right, let's see this.
Yeah, to have that. That's land.
When you first got there,
let me take a few super chats. Yeah, they are far more interesting than this so-called non. Have you seen how they twisted a grass fire outside a non-functioning 5th century church in Taiba, Palestine? The Israel guy did a video on it. I haven't. I'll check it out. Ashmay's Tucker trolling mustachioed PIJ dressed as nun. It's very, very rude. Possibly it's true. Apple Baker, humble suggestion for possible strategy for IDF. Withdraw from Gaza, solidify border defenses, flood tunnels, and deal with leaders you know how. I think the best solution would be to get out of Gaza and to build a massive wall that is like immensely tall around it, and to just leave it alone and say, okay, we're out here. You have this giant wall here. Huge wall. Now do whatever you want. Bye-bye. Mark H. Tommy crushed it on trigonometry. Super based.
Ooh,
nice.
I'm gonna check that out. I just started watching that earlier today. You're gonna check. I think I hear a nurse downstairs, but needed check and make sure. And it showed up, and it's not my kid down there.
Wait a minute. What the heck? They restored the usernames here. Look at this. They restored the names on YouTube on my
They did
comments.
that a while ago, man.
Ha, wonderful. Anyway, go. Crazy Army, the world goes through periods of hating Jews and pity for Jews. F that. Why should I give a crap if assholes on Twitter don't like me or my guns? True. Fatwa, there was a good clip from this where Carlson asked if Gazans convert. She reluctantly admits they aren't allowed to be open Christian. I sent on X. I actually shared that. In fact, I want to have a look at that while David is not here. Because if I showed it while David is here, David will be like, oh, look, I have like 50,000 things to say about it. Now let me talk about it for 2 hours. So let's look at that. I remember that. I retweeted. I reposted it. Let's see. Let us 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 see. Here.
Muslims converting to Christianity. Did you make any converts in Palestine ever? Did you?
You
ever
mean
see
of
Muslims
Muslims?
converting to Christianity?
It's a you have to be careful with it, but I will say that not that they're going to.
Wait, but you have to be careful with it. You have to be careful converting Muslims to Christianity in Gaza.
With it, but I will say that
in Palestine altogether, not just in Gaza.
I don't know those Muslims that have converted to Christianity, but it's not something you can do openly. Not that they're going to. I'll say that I don't know those Muslims that have converted to Christianity, but it's not something you can do openly.
It's not something you can do openly. Imagine that. In so-called Palestine, you can't openly just convert to Christianity as a Muslim. In Israel, Jews convert to Christianity with no problem at all. In fact, if you want to enjoy some content, especially as a Christian, I'm pretty sure you would enjoy what's it called? One for Israel. Is it One for Israel? There's another one. What is it? So Be It. So Be It. So Be It. A messianic channel that regularly posts videos of, in fact, someday I would just want to sit down here and watch this. Someday I just want to hear and watch these videos, right? These are videos by Jews for Jesus, by Messianic Jews, so Christians, right? Christians in Jerusalem going and doing street interviews with Jews all the time, or with others. But they're going and having conversations with Jews all the time. And they convert, they invite people to Christianity. As a Jewish guy, he invites people to Christianity. So he goes and has a conversation, for example, here.
And I would encourage you to open the New Testament.
I know. Maybe we'll do it. Why God sent Jesus?
And so if one of the missions of the Messiah is coming because...
Same for Muhammad.
Yeah.
So here you have an Orthodox Jew in the street talking to a Christian, or also known as a Messianic Jew, who is telling him about Christianity and about Jesus. They're having a long conversation together. In the end, he invites him to Christianity, and that's how they leave it.
Jewish mitzvah,
yes,
of putting on tefillin. We'll put this in the video. Okay.
Wow.
Well, you look. I can do this, also out of respect for you, and for our Jewish people. Okay. So I just encourage you as well. Just open and take a look.
Okay.
And see, in Hebrew, even if you want to.
How long are you staying in Paris?
We'll be here till Tuesday.
Well, this is in Paris, man. This is in Paris. I've been tricked. But they usually have conversations in Jerusalem as well. In fact, right here. Yeah, this is
proof. Like, is it proof from, I guess, from the Old Testament of the New Testament?
Well, first of all, there's the prophecies.
Right.
Born in Bethlehem. In Daniel 9, he says that mom's side Levi.
Right, you're Jewish, yeah.
Yeah. On both sides, like all the way up.
Okay.
So
everyone knows this is Jerusalem.
I don't need to because I have my own religion. I'm 1,000% set. So
yeah.
I love what I do.
Yeah.
And I'm very passionate. But you're Jewish.
Yeah.
See, are you Jewish?
Yeah. The beginning.
So here is this. They share with the Jews right here in Jerusalem, in the middle of Jerusalem. And by the way, not even in the old city of Jerusalem. So for those who don't know, these are the walls of Jerusalem. This is the way going to the old city of Jerusalem. They are standing here right now outside the old city of Jerusalem, outside the walls of the old city of Jerusalem. They're standing in the new city of Jerusalem, which is predominantly Jewish. Over there are the walls, which goes into very Arab territory and all that. So they are here very much in Jewish territory. And he's standing here preaching to Jews about Christianity. Do you guys see people?
And so, how do we
attacking and spitting on him?
reach the world?
Jews as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're all part of the world, right? The Jewish people are part of the world. And you know what Yeshua said? He said, "Go be my witnesses in Jerusalem and Judea and Samaria first.
Of course. Yeah.
Then the rest of the world. To the Jews first."
It's interesting.
It is interesting.
But it's I think that's maybe where the conflict maybe starts, you know?
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
And it's interesting.
It is interesting.
Very interesting. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
It's beautiful what you're doing in this project, you know? It's pretty
Appreciate
beautiful,
it.
So this is a religious Jew telling him that it's beautiful what he's doing, which is telling Jews about Christianity, about Jesus, and inviting them to Christianity. Does this sound anything at all like what these propagandists online say about how Israel is to Christians? Nothing at all. I would recommend checking it out. The channel is called So Be It. If you're a Christian, if you have any concerns, any questions about this, or any doubts about the situation over there at all, check it out. You have videos. You have some videos of some Jews in the middle of it getting angry, and them actually having a little bit of a spiteful conversation here and there. But mostly it's just very good conversations and very nice conversations and mutual understanding. It's beautiful. This is how it really is over there. It's nothing like the online garbage that we're being fed all the time. It's heartwarming. It's beautiful. Check it out. Seriously. Seriously. Seriously.
Not that they're going to be killed, but it won't be looked upon well. And it's not easy to do.
Is it legal?
To
proselytize?
Shows one video, everyone with experience is contradicting this is a problem. I literally just told you to go on the channel and to check out all the videos there, man. These are randomly published videos of conversations with Jews. You absolute idiot. You want to be called an idiot, right? you just come in here and come with this objection. You literally want to be called an idiot, man.
Yeah, we in Palestine?
Yeah.
You can talk to me. I guess it doesn't. The interesting thing is I'm Orthodox.
Hey, David, listen to this clip here.
Did you make any converts in Palestine ever? Did you,
You mean
see
of
Muslims
Muslims?
converting to Christianity?
You have to be careful with it. But I will say that I do know there's Muslims that have converted to Christianity, but it's not something you can do openly. Not that they're going to be killed, but it won't be looked upon well, and it's not easy to do.
Is it legal?
To
proselytize?
actually, yeah. We in Palestine?
Yeah.
You can talk to me. I guess it doesn't. The interesting thing is I'm Orthodox, and in Orthodoxy, we aren't really a proselytizing faith. It's a faith that becomes of what you are and how you live. You know what I mean? It says so you don't actively do missionary work in a lot of cases.
So you don't actually obey all the commands to preach the gospel to everyone. Is this true, AP?
No.
This is what you signed up for? We don't evangelize?
Nope. So she's asked about conversions, about converting Muslims to Christianity in Palestine. She then starts coping and says, "Oh, you can't do that. You can't. You have to be careful there. And then she distracts or diverts from it by saying, we are Orthodox. In Orthodox we don't really do proselytizing. There is actually such a misconception, but it usually comes from non-Orthodox people. The Orthodox Christian history literally has extensive periods of time of proselytizing in Russia, in Alaska, in the eastern parts, in Asia, in the Middle East, and so on. So Orthodox Christianity did definitely, most definitely, engage in proselytizing. It just has a different focus on how proselytizing works, just like the Catholic Church. It is no different. But she wants to divert the conversation from the whole, you can't really do that in Palestine, and then goes into the, oh, we don't really, we don't really proselytize, This is just funny because she's a nun. I'm not supposed to call her out on a completely false statement that she makes about Orthodox Christianity. This is just a purely and clearly false statement on Orthodox Christianity. And I do not know, I'm being rhetorical. I quite do know why she's doing that. So
yeah, let me point out why it would kind of be understood that hey, we don't want to be going around proselytizing, because here's what would happen if you did that sort of thing openly. You would go around preaching the gospel, responding to Muslim objections, and someone's teenage Muslim daughter or son converts from Islam to Christianity. And what would the Muslim community do? They would declare war on the local Christian community. That's what would happen. And so you understand that anything like that has to be totally in secret. And guess what? Has to do with Islam, lady. I mean, Mrs. Nun, whatever, I don't know.
Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you. And surely I am with you always to the very end of the age. Oh, except if you are an Orthodox Christian in Palestine. That part has been excluded here, of course.
And keep in mind, even in the first century, though you had persecution and so on, they were going out preaching from town to town, Now, can't do it anymore. What happened?
She's a liar.
30 years ago, were there more Christians than there are now?
La 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 la. Mission for greater Israel. Oh, here's the lie. Look at this now.
And the purpose of Hamas is primarily to resist and to protect their people.
I'm sorry. When I hear this, I just can't have any respect for this this creature. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And if this is what her community or her church or her whatever she's herself in, I don't want any part of it. This is a disgusting lie.
In their land.
It's not just Palestine and Israel where the Christian population has shrunk. It seems like throughout the Levant.
Yes. And I think that's part of the whole Greater Israel Project.
Look at this ridiculous objection, the ridiculous thing here. Tucker actually, for the first time in his life, says something, makes a good point, says something accurate, and says that the Christian population throughout the Levant is actually decreasing. And what does she respond with?
Greater Israel.
Responds with that it's actually that this is a result of the Greater Israel Project. How can you not be angry at this, man? He actually points out that the Christian population in Muslim countries in the Middle East is declining. And instead of acknowledging that, this creature here blames the Jews. What the hell?
Yo, AP, what's this Greater Israel stuff based on? Is that like some, because I keep hearing it, that Israel wants to take over tons and tons of other lands and so on. And I'm kind of thinking about it. It's like, well, you've taken over tons of those lands. You keep giving them back. You keep giving them back after you take them in wars when people are fighting against you. So it doesn't look like you want all that. But so is this like based on something? It was like some document somewhere, like Israeli government leaked documents saying, hey, we want all of this eventually over time. So we need to start taking steps to get it. Or is it just like crazy conspiracy theory? Or is it something that someone has said, like saying, hey, we want all this land? Aware of anything?
No. So, there is one thing, which is that the whole narrative of Greater Israel supposedly goes back to the borders described in the Bible at some point for the Greater Israel, for the land that God gave to His people. There were some early movements in Israel among the early Zionist movements, the revisionist Zionist movement, and some of them still exist. A tiny minority in today's time that have at some point had this, played with a dream of having a greater Israel one day. The vast majority of the population and the majority of the conservative and religious population will say this is unrealistic nonsense and we should have nothing to do with it. The one reason why this is quickly thought as unrealistic nonsense is, let me pull it up, Greater Israel. The reason why this is considered huge nonsense primarily is there was this map that some people like to pull up here. Oh yeah, here. Is look at the region here.
Based.
Look at how big this is, right?
Gonna be a lot of Jews.
Yeah, exactly.
Jews better start having lots of babies. You want to fill up all this land.
Considering this huge territory in question here, and considering that there are only a total of maybe 8 million Jews here in the Middle East, how in the world do you think you're going to populate and control this entire territory? What kind of stupid fantasy land is this? What dumb fantasy is this? And how in the world does it work with Israel wanting to make peace deals and alliances with Saudi Arabia, for example?
You know what I always find funny about it, because it's usually Muslims tossing this up. They say they want all this land. That's what they're, and it's like, don't you guys want the entire freaking planet? You guys literally want to take over the entire planet, and you constantly brag about how Islam will dominate the world and you'll take over the entire world and you're going to subjugate everyone. But then you'll use as a criticism, Israel wants this land. You see them evil. This is wild stuff, man.
So there was a historical there was a movement called the Movement for Greater Israel that existed, which was a very tiny, unpopular, dumb movement. Sorry for the insult here, but of some people suggesting that you have crazies in every single movement in every single place in the world. There was a tiny minority of people who suggested at some point some revisionist Zionism of eventually gaining control of the entirety of the regions that were promised to the people of Abraham in the Bible. The vast majority of Jews and of Israelis have always considered this complete nonsense. And the idea has always been to establish sovereignty over this, and at most over the Sinai Peninsula.
I have to say, though, to be fair, Israel, feel free to take Syria.
So the idea exists maybe among like one or two crazy people in Israel. However, you have conspiracy theorists, foremost Muslims and some others, going around claiming, since this whole thing emerged, maybe even before this whole thing emerged, maybe it's because of the Bible, claiming that Israel's ultimate goal is to restore Greater Israel. Dude, Israel has tried to give away Gaza so many times. And you people actually think they want to take this entire territory? What's wrong with you people? I mean, it's just... just think about it for a little bit. Just put a little bit of thought into it. Put a little bit of thinking, a little bit of brain into it. Why would Israel want to have this territory? What in the hell would they want to do with it? What would they want to do with it? Why would they want to rule over it?
Yeah, more land, more problems, man. You think they want to try to keep control over all the jihadis everywhere?
Somebody said it earlier, but this looks like a map that I would draw.
I've seen, that's what I thought when I saw it. I was like, I saw AP draw almost that exact same map. And I don't mean map in the Daniel Hikikachu sense. I mean an actual map.
If you actually think that Israel has a goal of greater Israel, you must be insane or dumb. I don't know. Yet, however, listen to her now.
You know, isn't it so ironic that they've made such a big thing?
Targeting Christians.
Targeting Christians, yeah. Well, targeting to make control for Israel, for example, in Syria. I went to Syria in 2004, and I went to the convent of St. Thecla, where outside of Damascus, in Malula, where the nuns were kidnapped by ISIS, right? And the population is over 10% Christian, and you have ancient Christian sites as well as vibrant monastic communities there and vibrant churches and hospitals that were run by the church in Syria and Lebanon, right? And now, what have we done? And so Assad wasn't perfect. Saddam Hussein wasn't perfect. But
Saddam wasn't perfect?
He wasn't?
Assad wasn't perfect?
Next, she'll be saying Adolf wasn't perfect.
Saddam was not perfect? You know, the entire reason why there were major suspicions of weapons of mass destruction in the hands of Saddam before the invasion of Iraq was that Saddam repeatedly used chemicals to kill his own populations, to use massacres against his own population, and because he also bragged about secretly possessing weapons of mass destruction. And he also bragged about quickly and soon developing weapons of mass destruction which he might use. He was bluffing, but he was bragging about it. But he did have chemicals, including chemicals where stuff like this here happened. The Halabja massacre.
She said he's not perfect. What more do you want?
The Halabja massacre. An attack on the Kurdish population of Halabja, where the population was killed with a large-scale chemical attack of mustard gas. I'm pretty sure I've seen pictures of this. And I would not suggest looking them up.
The Middle East is not the United States. And we tried to impose ourselves there and get rid of these governments who, for all the repression, also kept the people together, allowed minorities to survive there.
Including Christians.
Christians, yeah.
Actually, I agree with her on this point.
And
that we do stupid things. And we take out leaders, and then but the problem is you'll have someone like Saddam or someone like Assad who are brutal dictators, but guess what? Those are the only people who are going to be able to maintain control in a place like that. You'd have to be a brutal dictator. And so it's are you basically a brutal dictator towards anyone who gets out of line, or are you just are you being a brutal dictator towards one specific group and trying to wipe them out or something like that? Well, like Saddam, Assad, it's, hey, if you're not getting too far out of line, you're pretty much safe. I've said this before, but I knew a Syrian Christian who had moved to the United States in the 1980s, and he told me, he said, I feel safer when I go visit my family in Damascus than I do walking down the street of Dearborn, Michigan. And I said, why? You still got jihadis over there. You still got terrorists. He goes, every Muslim knows that if he goes and puts his hand on a Christian over there, there are going to be soldiers dragging him out of his house in the middle of the night. And so it's understood. Do not get out of line or the government will be brutal towards you. And guess what? That's how you keep the jihadis under control. And we have this mindset because it's what worked in the United States. Get rid of the tyrant and then freedom and democracy will flourish. And we keep trying to impose it over there. Hey, you got a problem. You got Saddam Hussein. What do? Well, get rid of him. Okay, you better have a really good backup plan, because the only reason these guys aren't just blowing up each other's mosques left and right and starting this huge war is because there's a guy they're more scared of. There's someone they're more scared of. And so once you're getting rid of that guy, you need to have something in place that's going to keep all these terrorists in check. What's your plan? We'll just have a Western style government. Okay, how'd that go? ISIS took over. So she's right in the sense that we keep thinking we'll go and go do something with the leader over there and stuff, and it blows up in our faces. But guess what? The underlying problem there, lady, is Islam. Islam calls for the violent subjugation of the world, and you got all these different groups under the umbrella of Islam thinking they're the group that's supposed to subjugate the entire world, and they want to kill all the other groups too, and they want to subjugate the Christians, and they want to kill the Yazidis and so on, and use them as sex slaves. You got all these different groups, and you have a dictator frightening them into not going on killing sprees, and then you remove the dictator who was terrifying them all. Now what happens? If you don't have a good plan, ISIS is what happens. That's what happens. Hey, look at this. You guys are okay with the 18,000 children killed in Gaza? No, we're not okay with it. We condemn Hamas for starting a war.
We are not, but he is. So yeah.
Yeah. So
He's
we
okay
condemn
with it.
Hamas for starting a war and then taking a bunch of hostages, slaughtering a bunch of people, and then running and hiding in tunnels and leaving
Double
women
AA
and children.
media. It is absolutely sick of you to be okay with the killing of 18,000 children. You should be ashamed of yourself. I'm blocking you right now. What a sick bastard, man.
Sick.
You think it's okay? You think the killing of 18,000 children is okay? You sick bastard.
Sick,
man.
evil.
You make me sick. This is what's wrong with the pro-Palestine crowd.
You're sick. You are sick.
You think that's okay? You're a sick bastard. Get out of here, man.
And he's telling someone who has been known to be a terrorist, calling him out.
That's pretty bold. I would say that's pretty bold.
Yeah.
So the government of Syria now, the government run by the former ISIS leader, is pro-Israel.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the whole plan.
That's the whole plan. Netanyahu put that terrorist in place.
First off, Jolani is not a former ISIS leader. He's a former Al-Qaeda leader. So maybe Tucker Carlson should do some basic research here. He's a former Al-Qaeda leader, not a former ISIS leader. So if you're going to just go run with the question, at least ask the question properly. He was allied with ISIS, but he was the leader of Al-Qaeda, or he was a leader of Al-Qaeda, not the leader of Al-Qaeda. And he was a leader of an Al-Qaeda branch, and then later on fell apart with Al-Qaeda because, contrary to Al-Qaeda, he had the aim to establish an Islamic state, not globally, but rather only inside Syria. And Al-Qaeda is like, no, you can't do that. We have to focus on the caliphate. And he's like, no, I want to focus only on Syria before focusing on the caliphate. So this is why he fell apart with Al-Qaeda.
Well, that plus he put a suit on.
Yeah, which obviously makes him a diplomatic Western liberal person, Democrat. Jolani was a leader of Al-Qaeda and a leader of the HTS, a terrorist group, took over Syria. However, nothing about the guy is pro-Israel. So depicting him as a pro-Israel guy is just about as ridiculous as saying that there is a greater Israel plan that Israel has.
Yeah, the only sense in which you could say he is pro-Israel is he's pro not really messing with Israel or much of anyone else while he's trying to consolidate power in Syria. Don't start with a bunch of other groups when that will actually prevent you from consolidating power in Syria.
Alhamdulillah. La, 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 la.
Here's some funny guy. Jolani was an ISIS lying liar. First of all, I'm not sure what your problem is. I'm literally just explaining to you the technicalities. That he was actually not a leader of ISIS, but rather an Al-Qaeda leader. But to be specific, a leader of HTS. So he was most definitely a leader of Islamic terrorists. However, he was not an ISIS leader. So I'm not sure what your problem. You apparently don't speak English, or you have very big trouble listening. I don't know what it is. But AJ, don't drive right now.
And when you get to it, they talked about from the river to the sea, right? Where did that statement come from? Look at the charter of Likud, the party of Netanyahu. They
That's not where it came from, but it was also there in a way.
They very clearly say from the Jordan to the Mediterranean is going to be Israel.
Yeah.
And really from the Nile to the Euphrates.
It is. Oh, wait. So it's really a different... So it's really from the river to the river.
How did that happen? How did that jump happen?
Did you hear that? Was an amazing jump, dude. That was an amazing jump. So it starts from Netanyahu's group, and it's from the Jordan to the Mediterranean will be Israel. Well, guess what? That's what it is right now. Israel is from the Jordan over to the Mediterranean. She says, but really, it's from the Euphrates to the Nile. So it's actually from the river to the river. But they covered that up and made it from the river to the sea.
This is the logic.
They really understand when a Jew hears from the river to the sea, they're hearing, from the river to the river. Boom. Dropping truth bomb.
This is the logic that he's that she's employing.
Yeah, AP. I mean, think Tucker Carlson as just like stupidly, condescendingly brutal as he is when he disagrees with someone. I mean, think how hard would it be right here at this point? What's that claim based on? What's your claim based on that the real claim is not from the river to the sea, it's actually from the river to the river? What's that based on? How do you know that's the goal? How difficult was that? I'd be interested to know. Maybe she has some awesome evidence that I'm not aware of or something like that, but you'll never know because she's not challenged on anything that comes out of her mouth. Not one thing.
You see. So let's have it right here. Here is the part. Likud party, original party platform, the right of the Jewish people to the land of Israel, to Eretz Israel. So the right of the Jewish people to the land of Israel is eternal and indisputable and is linked with the right to security and peace. Therefore, Judea and Samaria will not be handed to any foreign administration. Between the sea and the Jordan, there will only be Israeli sovereignty. This is it. Mm-hmm. Between the sea and the Jordan, there will only be Israeli sovereignty. This is specifically because it's talking about Judea and Samaria, which people nowadays call the West Bank. So it will not be handed to anybody. Between the sea and the Jordan, there will only be Israeli sovereignty. Does this in any way say or imply that there should be a greater Israel from the Nile to the Euphrates? No. She just randomly made a complete leap of logic here and told us, without ever giving us a single piece of evidence, that the Likud platform actually has the goal of a greater Israel, of controlling the entire Middle East.
They very clearly say from the Jordan to the Mediterranean is going to be Israel. And really from the Nile to the Euphrates, which means going into Iraq, into the edges of Egypt.
Where is it?
And up to Salon. So
where did that come from?
I'm just saying, like,
where did that come from?
Wouldn't this be a perfect spot to say, what is that based on? Are you just making this up? Are you just spouting propaganda? Or do you actually have some evidence for what you're saying? Wouldn't the entire interview, everything she's saying would have been great for, give us some sort of evidence for that.
That's why we had the war in Iraq. Why did our young people have to die? Why did we?
This is my question. And sincerely, if this in any way puts my position in the Orthodox Church in question, I'm sorry. I just have to ask the question. But now here's my question. She's a Russian Orthodox Christian, a nun, right? As a nun, she's normally expected to. So what happens as a nun or a monk is that you put on a completely black garb and let go of any worldly matters, because you dedicate the rest of your life purely not to the world, not to your own desires, not to your own personal aspirations or anything like that, but rather simply to Christ, to God, to the to otherworldly stuff, and putting on black, and then also taking on a new name for yourself is basically that you leave your actual personality, your actual desires, all your goals and everything that you have behind. You no longer even have proper family relationships that you actually see in the same sense. You devote yourself completely to God. That's what you do when you become a nun or a monk. So when you are a monk or a nun, it would be expected that you, speak on non-worldly matters, on religious matters, and all that. Somebody has to give her the permission, because in Orthodox Christianity you are under a hierarchy of leadership. Somebody has to give her the permission to go on a public platform, on a podcast, and to speak on certain matters, especially if you're invited by a controversial platform like Tucker Carlson's platform to speak on something as divisive and controversial as the Israel-Arab conflict. I really wonder who in the world gave her the permission to go and to have a conversation as a nun who's supposed to leave worldly matters behind. Who gave her the permission and the authorization and the blessings to go on Tucker Carlson and to spew utter and complete nonsense and lies and simply push a conspiracy theorist agenda here and talk about greater Israel, and this is why the Iraq War was fought, because Israel wants to take control of the entire Middle East, and
Didn't Israel say don't invade Iraq, don't worry about that stuff? It was reverse psychology. Jews were like, don't invade Iraq. That's a dumb move. Iran is the real problem. Come on. Why are you going after Iraq?
Israeli intelligence
we really want you to go after Iraq.
Israel said to America that it would not be advisable to go into Iraq, which is why Israel also did not participate in it. When the invasion was over, Saddam was taken out. Israel actually said that America took out the wrong target, that they should have gone for Iran instead.
And after all that has happened, what does she say? The reason for the Iraq war was Israel pulling the strings so that they could take over Iraq for greater Israel. Dude, she sounds like freaking Hakikachu. She sounds like the Russian Orthodox nun version of Daniel Hakikachu.
So, and I'm really wondering now, some people give me conflicting information on what she actually is, but as far as I see it, she is part of the Russian Orthodox Church outside Russia.
Russia. Yeah. Russia. Who else loves Russia in this interview? Oh, wait a minute. It's Tucker Carlson.
But my question is just very simple again. Who in the world gave her the permission and the blessing to go here and talk about this kind of stuff and to spread her nonsense? And if she goes here and spreads her nonsense, why are other people held responsible or questioning her nonsense and for calling her out for the liar that she is? Anyway, Dennis Stamps, can you check out Twitch or Terrorist? It's a game, looks fun. Well, if you want, I shall check it out. Voyager, that's why people make movie on them. The Nun. Nun and Arab Christians suffer Stockholm syndrome. She's a Marxist and for liberation theology. Really?
That's actually common, even among like educated Christians in like the West Bank and so on, like Palestinian liberation theology and so on. I don't know if she is, but that's common.
Wait, what? I need to really look into this. According to other information, she's actually part of a non-communion of a schismatic Orthodox Church that rejects the greater, wider Orthodox Church. In which case, I would actually be very happy to just condemn her. But I don't know. I really need to know more about where she is and what she is. Anger over undeniable evil doesn't make you bad, but the opposite. It shows you actually care and oppose evil. Channeling it productively can be tough. That's the part where I have big trouble.
Yeah, you're just like, oh, I'll just be as evil as possible, when you could like channel it into something positive.
Look at this. Here's this Jew here knows too much, telling me that I should channel it more productively.
Yes, he means by killing everyone and making Israel greater Israel.
Elder Dawa troll, mother, I gotta pee. Golden shower time. Carl Christian Roberts says this nun is betraying the cross by supporting Hamas. She might as well wear a burqa instead. True Blue New Jew says that nun looks like he has a son called Brian, who's a very naughty boy. You don't know what this is about because you've never seen it. You've never seen the life of Brian. Knows too much. Momo's Corner was dominated in the Al-Zutzins. Yeah. Mother Arabia looks like LeFou from Beauty and the Beast in a low-budget disguise.
Calling her Mother Arabia.
Isaiah 5:20. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness. Whoa. RKZ. Oh, another weak octopus. Are we certain this nun is a woman? Because WTF, LOL, says Metamorphosis. UK, France, and CA want to give Hamas statehood. Why? Because they are retarded. Arctic Base says, I'm going to say it. Mustachioed whore. Seth says, possible to update on Christian Jews in Syria. I don't have much update there. Others do. Follow Rebecca. She has good stuff to say about that. Rebecca Barsef. Ayatollah Khamenei says, what the caterpillar doing? I do not know. Russian Orthodox myself, I find the Orthodox Church here in Israel so pathetic. I feel like I'm becoming a Protestant with each passing day. Well,
you heard it here, folks. Helpful advice from Ivan.
Owen Robertson says, is that John Leguizamo in a hijab? Yes. Verizon Roos says, hey, AP, I really love your channel. I just have to say your harsh words about Russia and Russians are really hurt to hear. I hope you didn't mean half of what you said as a Russian myself.
Russia sucks. Putin sucks. Put down the vodka and do something besides whining all day. What? What's so funny?
Well, I think that the Russian government, especially under Putin, is just pure evil. So,
dude, it was evil before that, man. Watch Red Dawn. Watch Red Dawn like 20 times. Then watch Rocky IV. Look what they did. Look what they did to Ivan Drago.
Then I also have to say I met Russians.
They killed Apollo Creed, man. What?
I've met good Russians myself in my life, which I met a lot of Russians. I remember barely any good ones. So I'm trying really hard to say that with and be truthful about it. Now that I think about it, I can't think of a single one of all those that I met.
Yeah, so keep your stupid, creepy nesting dolls to yourself.
But I'm pretty sure I met at least one good Russian. So definitely probably didn't. I have nothing against Russians themselves, just against Russia. So I'm sorry about that. Verizon Rus. I can't change how I feel. David Kazashi, Al-Zutullah brothers. AP, your UK trip seems like the opposite kind of your Israel trip. You came back all angry and started super late. I was actually very good until yesterday. I arrived and I saw a video of this nun creature. So I was actually all right. I also arrived last night, actually, at like 2 at night from a flight that was delayed by like 2 hours. And a total of like 15 hours of flying and waiting and stuff. But at least I had a layover in Iceland, which is beautiful. So yeah. But then I just came back to... I actually wanted to take a rest day today, but then the whole nun thing came up and I thought, nope, I'm going to go live. Deadly, there lies sloppy melody. Anything is less than the best. A felony, love it, you better
love it or leave it. You better way. You better hit a bullseye. Soldiers don't play. If there was a problem, I'll solve it.
Is this the demon that Tucker claimed has scratched him in his bed while sleeping? Yes. DD, thank you, DD. Black Milky, this is really Abu Hamza al-Masri. Stop trolling us. Catherine Kavanagh, is this her jizya? Can I take it from the free PR? in the form of free PR. Yes. You know what's funny? I never I barely ever encounter people outside, who randomly that just recognize me from YouTube or something. Only sometimes.
That you did in the UK.
In the UK, yeah. It's kind of funny. Lots of people in the UK recognized me. And I have no idea why.
It's a bigger issue. They're paying per capita, they're paying attention way more and watching stuff way more. So yeah, I got recognized way more, massively more in the UK than I do like in the United States.
So since then, since I realized this, I don't care about America anymore. All you Americans, I don't care about you anymore. I only care about people from the UK, just so you know.
Smart.
But the funny thing is, on my way back, now I don't want to give too much detail, but on my way back, I was at this random airport and in a different country. And I go to the gate and I'm already very tired, go around the corner, and then in front of me is like just around the corner, a one of the flight attendants or one of the people that work there at the gate also just turns the corner at the same time and almost runs into me, and I go like, "Oh, sorry." And she's like, "Oh, okay, no need to be sorry. Everything is all right." And then she looks at me like this, like, and I'm like, and then she's like, "Yeah, you're good. Everything is fine. But I think you have a YouTube channel." And I'm like, "Yes, I do." And she's like, "Oh, yes, you do. I have been into the whole Islam and Christianity thing, and I've watched your videos, and I love your videos." Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. But it's just it was so random. It's like a person working at the gates for an airline.
No, you're doing it all wrong.
Where I didn't expect that at all. So
you're doing it all wrong. You be the chick. I'll be you.
Okay. Sorry. Oh wait, I'm the chick. Oh yeah, that's what I'm supposed to do.
Sound familiar? That's right, it's me.
When I talk about a podcast about Islam, he says this all the time. Eric Barlow.
Hey, you know what'd be awesome?
What?
If someone ran into you and they're like, "Oh, you're the famous music artist, Apostate Music.
You're the Jamaican musician.
You're that reggae dude.
Yeah, man.
That's my favorite song."
Yeah, man. It's me. Free all lobotomies in the Middle East. Do so. Gesundheit. Yiddish for bless you, or German.
Gesundheit.
You stole it from Germans.
We should start using lobotomies in the context of dawah.
We should.
This guy got a dawah lobotomy.
We should.
Laura Jones, Tucker Carlson is paid by Qatar, and Iranian billionaire Maliko meet $15 million.
Yeah, I posted it earlier. It's pretty messed up. Toasted, Uber Soy made an article on this. Would you debate him? I did a stream with him. So if you guys want to, I can send him the word. Who is Uber Soy? Why would I debate somebody called Uber Soy?
Yeah, like, ooh, this guy's really soy. Means we want to have a discussion with him.
Uber Soy? Whoa. I always wanted to talk to Uber Soy.
I don't know. I don't think so, honestly. Tara Tremut says, when did the Palestinian bomb those churches? Even when did Hamas, Israel did? The Latin patriarch condemned it. Why won't you? You mock those who suffer and scream Hamas. Even priests repent. When did the Palestinians bomb those churches? Even when did Hamas, Israel did? What? The Latin patriarch condemned it. Why won't you? Didn't you pay attention, bro?
Are you not going to thank Tara Tremiot for the $9.99 super chat funding your work?
You mock those who suffer and scream Hamas, even priests repent. Are you not paying attention here? Or are you just here to distort all my words here?
This is probably one of Daniel's burner accounts.
I'm not going to explain anything to you. But you sent this super chat, I think like an hour and a half into the live stream, and you actually asked these questions. I don't even know what to tell you. Paul, PLO aren't better. Watch some of their statements. I know they're bastards too. Knows too much. Having DNA from Levant surrounding does not mean indigenous to Israel. Migrants and invaders from surrounding lands have it, and it's not just about DNA. True. The fact is that Islam and Arabic are foreign to Israel, and most Palestinians are invaders. True. Palestinian propagandists like Saib Erekat claiming 10,000 years presence, while his family migrated to Israel in the 19th century from Saudi Arabia. True. Only Jews and Samaritans are proven to be indigenous to Israel by all available evidence, historical, genetic, linguistic, cultural, and religious. I would have some slight disagreements, but some of the population that is called Palestinian shows strong evidence of being linked to the place, to the population, but also with great Arab influx. And then there's also a divide between Palestinian Christians who happen to be descendants of people who would never converted to Islam and who were probably in the land far longer. And then Palestinian Muslims who have much more Arab influence. So I would say that there is strong evidence that both populations have strong ties to the land. Or all three populations. AP, I was watching the new season King of the Hill, says Van. Why did Hank move to Saudi Arabia? Why is Peggy speaking Arabic? Also, I spoke to Nick at Fearless Truth and got a few books in my Amazon cart. That's a good question. RKZ Edit says, exactly, AP. TC doesn't ask his guests actual questions or do his own research. He just believes. Good way to end up with conspiracy theories everywhere. Exactly. He just makes up random things. He believes people when they make up random things and so on. And Moore says, me, AP is back. Yay, AP. War.
That did happen.
Plot twist.
You know, what's funny? It was like, because you said, hey, you want to go live tonight? I'm like, cool. Yeah. And so I was thinking 8, and then you messaged me like 7:20 or something, like, hey, jump in whenever you want and stuff like that. I'm like, man, been forever since I was live with AP. Been forever. Oh, I'm eating this sushi here. Let me see how it's going. Let me see if he's actually live. I click on it. Oh, let me tell you something. Oh, what did they do to you in the UK, man?
This is the funny thing, you know. I have some, you know, I say something about somebody and strongly rebuke them for good reason. And then I have suddenly, like, I have hundreds, if not thousands of people attacking me. Trying to correct me. And just being incredibly nasty in it.
That's what they do.
Supposedly complaining about me being unhinged or hateful and all that.
Pretty unhinged.
And then attacking me in the vilest ways, contacting my church and all that. Like how do these guys actually think this is going to end when stuff like that happens? Like what reaction do these people actually expect? Do they think, oh yeah, let's just harass him and insult him and attack him and talk about him and expose him and send messages about him and this and this and that? This will correct him. Really?
In your face, AP is uncorrectable. So do your worst and see what happens, because you're about to get embarrassed, everyone.
If you think I have an anger issue, the worst thing you could possibly do is to pile up on me and to attack me and harass me and email places about me. You think that's going to control my anger?
Think that's going to control him? Or is it just going to bring out the real Turk in him? Huh? You want him going full Turk? You want AP going full Otterman? Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, so shut your pie holes.
Shut your pie holes. And just joined it. Who is the dude? Where's the nun? There's no nun. There's none of that here. Your favorite mate. I like your cross thing in the background, but what does the writing say? Where did it go? Oh, here. This is actually, this is the Lord's Prayer in Arabic. That's it. أبانا الذي في السماوات ليتقدس اسمك. Something like that. It's the Lord's Prayer in Arabic. Sheikh Taqar Carlson al-Amriki is getting more and more blatant that he's a Jew-hating, Putin, Islam-glazing liar. No one who considers themselves America first or a Christian should support him. Well, he's not America first. He's anti-Israel first. Those are two different factions. Her family colonized USA. She later colonized Palestine. Land that is not theirs. That's okay, but Jews can't. Yeah, totally. Michelle B. AP, your wife is a keeper. LMAO. Mrs. AP. Wait. I think she posted that. Let me see. This is what my wife posted. She said, y'all can stop emailing my priest. Ridwan is leaving the Orthodox Church for Saint Beyonce's Unitarian Brazilian Chinese buffet church. You're welcome. So there, good solution. All ham to Allah. But by the way,
hey, some of these emails would be like, if someone doesn't actually go into context or report the context, it's like when I took a bite out of the Quran. You tell your average Christian, hey, David just took a bite out of the Quran, man, chewed it up, spit it out. What are you going to do about that? Like, vast majority of Christians would be like, oh, that was messed up. That was messed up. Tell Christians the story behind it and how you've got these online jihadis and they're launching this online campaign to threaten people's wives with rape and torture and so on, and that you actually can stop them by taking a bite right out of the Quran. That will instantly stop it, which is what happened. All of a sudden, Christians are overwhelmingly in support of it. Oh, okay, yeah, you got to do that. It's a similar situation now. Someone could email him, hey, priest, this AP dude is sitting here calling Orthodox nuns whores. What do you do about that? Be like, whoa, this dude is pure evil.
Well, which is why I took screenshots of all the nasty things that some of these so-called Orthodox people have said to me. Two can play that game, you know.
Yeah, AP is going to start emailing y'all's churches. Now what?
Yeah. You know what's funny, by the way? Some of the reactions that I get, and some of the connections that people actually, or some of the complaints that people send about me, come from people who openly spent their time online praising the Nazis, praising Hitler, praising the Holocaust, or just being outright anti-Semitic in the most brutal and vile way. Apparently, this is all totally fine because the online Orthodox Church accepts that as normal. These vile, filthy, nasty bastards. Same people have an issue with me because I disrespected a nun who defends Islamic terrorists. You can have it. I don't want any of it. Input latency. I wonder what the Bible says about unrepentant liars. Powerful. And Wakov, over 50,000 Christians were murdered for their faith in Nigeria alone. As a Jewish Christian, I'm never worried that my Jewish family will murder me. Well, we're not supposed to talk about Nigeria. And we don't talk about that. We only talk about Jews.
Yeah, guys, keep in mind, when it comes to Nigeria, there are no Jews involved. So that's one reason not to be concerned. Two, it's Muslims doing the killing. So that's another reason you shouldn't be concerned. And three, the Christians who are being killed are black. So it's kind of a three strikes system, doesn't get reported and not allowed to be reported.
Lur Gill says, hey, very, very nice to meet you at the conference, by the way. You and David, both of you. Not you, David, the other David. Lur Gill. David and I were so blessed to meet you this weekend, AP. Dawood looks like I have a big sponsor from Mission Imam Possible. Would love to hear from you. Yeah, she told me about that in person as well. I'm not sure if I gave you guys my contact info or if you guys got in touch or if you guys gave me yours. Please let me know about that. But yeah, some people wanted to talk to you, David, about important stuff.
What is Mission Imam Possible?
I don't know. I'm going to talk to you about it later. Artemius, Serbs stand with AP. Worth mentioning, most of Orthodox schismatic groups deal with foreign intelligence, especially individuals without a monastery bishop in obedience, such as Sister Vasa and this Agapia, not to be trusted. I still don't know where this Agapia is, but yeah. Your favorite maid, oh, you went to London, that's awesome. Did you become a Wovian or tour the Buckingham Palace while you were there? I actually went to the Scottish Highlands to become a clan member, but not in the American sense.
Clan MacLeod?
Yeah. And Wyckoff, persecution and mild inconvenience over security. It's all about greater Israel. There is no Islamic jihadism. Hamas are the good guys. I'd vote for them. What a tool. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, you know what's funny? So Clan MacLeod is from a Highlander. You had Connor MacLeod of the Clan MacLeod, and eventually on the TV show Duncan MacLeod of the Clan MacLeod. But they were fighting. The main enemy in the first one was a guy from Clan Fraser, and I met a guy from Clan Fraser, like a real life guy who that was a real clan, and he's part of that. His descendants are from that clan. But this dude's actually rooting for the evil guy in the movie because it's his clan. That's like funny stuff. Like, what? It's a movie. It's not a real guy from your clan, but you're still rooting for the bad guy because he's from your clan.
That's funny. That's funny, man. Wait, somebody said, wait, is AP leaving his church? Okay, so quick clarification here. I also want this to be known from now on, since people have an obsession with where I go to church, apparently, which apparently happens to be a trend in some circles here, and want to complain about me to people. I have to announce here, there is no longer a need to send any emails or any communication to my church or where I belong. I'm hereby announcing today that from now on, from now on, I'm going to go to the Universal Church. So don't
the Universal Church.
Don't
Martin Luther.
Don't email any priest or anything anymore. Completely unrelated and unconnected. I am from here on, as of today, going to a traditional Universal Church, and it's all because of you people.
Paul, AP's a Universalist now.
Christian Theologetics says, thoughts on the Snopes article contextualizing claims Palestinian photojournalists staged photos of people waiting for food in Gaza. No, I have no thoughts about it. Haven't looked at it. If you look hard enough, you can find anyone to agree with your own talking points like Tucker has. That's true. Correct.
Absolutely. That is an ongoing issue. And then you'll have all these guys and they get all the people. They constantly interview each other on all their positions that they agree with. And then people watch them and think, wow, all these people agree. It must be the truth.
On Robertson, other than possibly expanding the falafel experience into the Swanson frozen food line, what is Tucker doing? Why is Tucker doing this? Well, because of that, because of the Swanson frozen food line.
You were blown away by the falafel experience.
Yeah. Miss V, as someone I respect and admire immensely, says, stay away from Islam, folks. I never said folks, but yeah, thank you.
That's why it's not in quotations.
That's good. That's correct. See? Thank you, Miss V. And whack off. I do pray for enemies. Even killer can change, but that doesn't mean being nice about evil and lies. Yeah, no, definitely. I pray and hope that person changes her ways. But otherwise, I also don't really care about her. Gigi Ryder, James Lindsay, and Michael O'Fallon of Sovereign Nations work on informing Christians of churches taken over by woke left agenda. That's for you, David. Ruben says, sorry, but at first glance it looks like a transgender nun, a man's voice, good English. It must be Tucker Carlson's neighbor with rag on his head. Looks fake. And what's up with her mustache? I don't think so. I think it's actually the guy in the show. What's Fred Armisen? What is that? Yeah,
I have to say, I am way more concerned about the sick, evil nonsense spewing out of her mouth than anything about her looks.
Crackling, I was in a religious order for 3 years and worked with other religious orders. I've never seen that habit. It looks like Islamic garbage. What order is she with? Why isn't her priest speaking?
That was quick.
That's my question. That's exactly my question. Marilyn says, truth has no agenda. Any thought that doesn't inspire hope is rooted in a lie. True. Enemy Spotted says, wait, what? When I was in Tel Aviv getting interviewed for my US visa, there was a young girl from Gaza who was marrying an older American Muslim man and was being interviewed for her visa. Also, none, please. That's how it goes. Gigi Ryder says, David and AP, please speak on Islamic Fatwa Council condemning Hamas and ISIS and anti-Semitism. They catch from jihadists, but praise from some. Got to check it out, David. You have to make a video about that tomorrow. Ligma Thigaran says, Ligma Thigaran, thank you, Ligma Thigaran. Only in a culture where no sheep is safe from amorous advances, 40% of people are cousin spawned, and people throw rocks as much as they pray to them. That's a nice one.
Remember Zakir Naik? And the scientific thing. You eat pig, you behave like pig. It should be and the scientific thing. You kiss a rock, you will throw a rock, something like that.
You
throw a rock, you will worship a rock.
Yeah. And people throw rocks as much as they pray to them. Would people see that rotten meatball with public hair stuck to it wearing a trash bag as a her, much less a nun? This is very, very rude. Very rude.
It's pretty much the most Islamophobic thing I've seen in minutes.
Thank you, Ligma. Palestine exists as a concept in Roman, European, British culture, never in Arab culture, not until communists from USSR flipped script in 1964. Powerful. Ashley Papper says, is she an undercover Islamist or is she paid off to lie about and demonize Israel? That is my question as well, but her words and her message is purely evil and disgusting, and I'm sick of it. Gigi Ryder, Isha Flasher, and Natasha Hausdorff are correct. 100% of former British Mandate area belongs to Israel. UN general suggestions don't override. I still have to talk to Isha Flasher. Sorry, spaced out. Did you read my last tweet? Also, could you make a video debunking the Muslim claim that the Quran forbids killing kids and women? Yes, we can. Cracklin, David is making a video about that tomorrow.
One that would. What's that got to do with the Quran? That would be the Hadith, and then if you take a closer look, quite acceptable killing women and children as collateral damage.
Funny. However, there are 3 convents in Gaza: Servants of the Lord and the Virgin, Holy Rosary Sisters, and the Sisters of Charity. Her habit doesn't match any of them. Interesting. I think she said she was in a different part of Palestine. She was in the West Bank. Amp says that they find her on top of a Notre Dame. Gigi Ryder, it's sick. It's sick.
You're sick. You're sick.
Blasphemy to say Hebron, where Abraham and Sarah's tomb exists, is Palestine. So Jews living there are illegal settlers in the homeland. Yeah, Hebron was a continuously Jewish place for thousands of years. Until in the early 1900s, they were actually kicked out by the local Arab population and now came back. Gigi Ryder, I heard America gives discount coupons to Israel on U.S. weapons. Israel innovates on F-35s and other military hardware worth $80 billion to USA annual. This is true. Distracting Games says, imagine how much better the world would be if Mohammed was successful in his attempt at SLF DLT.
Oh, I get it.
That's what I said before.
That was his attempts to hurl himself off a cliff.
Ezra Gregory, she's an agent of Mossad sent to discredit the Gaza support. You see? We can play the same game they pull on us with your Mossad agent. You see, this is true. Drew Trevor, those stories on the Taiba, Palestine Historical Church, almost tricked me because even Mike Huckabee condemned it. I'm glad I did some research. The Israel guys did the best video on it so far. Now, several people brought up the Israel guys, so...
Yeah, I think they actually went there, didn't they? I didn't see the video, but I think someone said someone actually just went over there and made a video.
Let me see. Where is that? I gotta check that out. I'm gonna check it out. I gotta subscribe to that channel and check it out. Okay. Your favorite mate says the Battle of Canary Wharf, the last episode of season 2, the Daleks and Cybermen invade Earth, and the Doctor had to stop them. See? I don't know if this is fantasy or if this is a thing.
That's some Doctor Who crap.
Wonderful. Giergi says, AP, this nun is part of ROCAA, which is not considered canonical by any of the Orthodox local churches. What is ROCAA? What? ROCAA is a breakaway. I have never heard of ROCAA. What is that? ROCAA. What is that? The Russian Orthodox Church.
Rocka, man. Rocka.
Rocka.
Let's get a Rockaware shirt.
Okay, we'll check it out. ROCAA. Joe Carr, Jews are used to this, but pretending Muslims are good to Christians is super dangerous for y'all. What is TC up to? TC is paid by certain people who want him to say that kind of stuff. Ashley Pepper said she isn't Christian, she is pure evil, very rude. Haj Rayan al-Ghazlani, anti-Semitism as a desire to wipe out the Jewish people or supporting that goal is the camp of Amalek. You don't want to be there. Exodus 17:14-16. Powerful. Don't be Amalek. RKZ edits, I can't believe people email your church to complain. People need to relax. Just because you disagree on some issues doesn't mean you aren't a Christian. Keep up the good work, gents. Much love from Protestant sister in Christ. Yeah, people are such little babies that they actually do that. Apparently that's their biggest concern. So very, very fantastic stuff. Very, very fantastic stuff. Anyway, anything else, David?
Hey, you might want to you might want to watch the beginning of that is the Israel guy's video. You don't need to watch the entire 11 minutes thing. You just watch the first 2.5 minutes. You kind of
You don't know what I might want to watch.
It's titled, Is Israel on a Rampage Against Christians? Churches Destroyed, Visas Denied.
But you don't know what I might want to watch, so.
Is Israel now targeting Christians? We have a church that was struck by the IDF in Gaza, another church that was supposedly targeted in a settler attack in the West Bank, and now U.S. Ambassador Huckabee is supposedly furious at Israel for not giving visas to Christians. But what if I told you that none of these stories are how they appear? What if there's something much deeper going on behind the scenes?
Look at that mustache.
That's not what AJ in the chat said, so
what?
Not sure what to believe.
Yeah.
The Latin July 14th, 6 of the supposed attack on the church in the West Bank. On Monday, July 14th, Greek Orthodox Patriarch Theophilus III, alongside the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, Cardinal Pizzaballa, and diplomats from 20 nations.
Pizzaballa is kind of a cool name. That'd be a cool name for a pizza shop. Pizzaballas.
Why are you laughing?
I'm just saying, Pizzaballas sounds like a cool name for a pizza shop. That's all I'm saying.
There's a very funny fact about the Greek Orthodox Patriarch of Jerusalem, Theophilus III, who actually said in a past statement that the state of Israel is not our problem, is not the problem, and that we have no problem with Jews or with the state of Israel, which was a very funny thing. Oh yeah, here, look. There was this thing that they brought up in the past. I just remembered that. Just wanted to bring that up. So here, this thing he is complaining about some extremist movements among settlers who are trying their best to take away property or something like that. But at the end of the statement by the Greek Orthodox Patriarch of Jerusalem, Theophilus III, he says, "We all share the vision that these radicals are not representative of the state of Israel or the Jewish people. Not representative of the state of Israel or the Jewish people, and that it is essential for the diversity and distinctive characters of all quarters of the old city to be protected for the benefit of Jerusalem and the whole world." This is very fun.
Yeah, but what's the Pizzaballa say?
I don't care what Pizzaballa says.
Wanna be a pizza baller, shot caller, 20-inch
See?
blade, on the
Patriarch of Jerusalem is a Zionist.
Money and banging, hand and nine, I hit the highway.
The
Make
Patriarch
money the
of Jerusalem
fly away.
is a Zionist
But there's
controlled
got
by
to
the
be a
Jews.
better way. Better way, better way.
Church of St. George in Taipei, which is an Arab Christian town in Samaria, and they accused the nearby settlers of arson. They said, quote, "This was a targeted attack on a community that symbolizes peace." The Associated Press ran a headline saying Israeli settlers set fire near ancient church in Taipei, West Bank. CBS News said Huckabee visits Christian church in West Bank that was target of arson attack. NBC News said, in the birthplace of Christianity, churches and communities are coming under attack from Jewish settlers. Reuters ran their headline, which said this: U.S. says attack on West Bank Palestinian church was act of terror. So the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, visited the site on Saturday and called the incident an act of terror. He said, quote, "To commit an act of sacrilege by desecrating a place that is supposed to be a place of worship, it is an act of terror and it is a crime." But what really happened? On July 7th, an Israeli teen whose name wasn't published due to his age was grazing cows near the village of Taipei when flames broke out nearby. He alerted the farm owner and tried to smother the fire. He reported being pelted with objects by Palestinians emerging from the cemetery, which is adjacent to the ruins of St. George Church in the village of Taipei. Now, in several videos circulated by the church trying to prove that this was a case of arson by Jewish settlers targeting St. George's Church, you can see this teen and other Jewish settlers with firefighting equipment trying to extinguish the flames. This church that was supposedly targeted and attacked is a ruin site, while there are at least two other operational churches in the town. There's not even a building standing. It's like a ruined site. The ruins were not even touched by these fires. The Jewish settlers who were accused of starting the fire were seen on video incessantly trying to put the fire out. Also, a Jewish farmer whose farm is next to the church compound complained to the police and made several calls that someone had torched the area where his shepherd was grazing. Now, you tell me, do you think these Jewish farmers are being accurately represented in the media right now? With the details you just heard, are they being honestly treated? In a second, we'll get into the details of the supposed church targeting in Gaza by the IDF. But first, in this 12-day war that Israel just faced, over 500 ballistic missiles.
No, hold up. This is very funny. I never got the updates about about how it actually turned out that the church was never damaged. West Bank church fire allegations.
West Bank.
Disputed fire by an ancient church in Holy Land sparks diplomatic religious fallout. Premature blame. Disputes, burned fields. What in the world? I never got the updates from the media about how the initial reports were actually false.
Why don't you make a video about it like the Israel guys did?
Because people, of course, didn't spread that part. They only spread the initial false reports, and they still spread them. I have still seen today people saying that they literally burnt down a church in Thailand.
They got a point. Look at it. It's a ruin. They literally burned it down to the foundation there.
Damn. You know, they even got me at some point, so I don't know.
Church, which supposedly is the only Catholic church in the Gaza Strip, was hit by an Israeli tank on Thursday morning. NBC ran a headline that said, "With sorrow and solidarity, Christians up pressure on Israel after deadly Gaza church strike." Al Jazeera said, "Israel bombs only Catholic church in Gaza. 3 people killed." CNN said, "Gaza's only Catholic church hit by Israeli strike." The Washington Post ran the headline, "Gaza's Church of the Holy Family hit by Israeli strike." So Cardinal Pizzaballa, who is the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, said, quote, "What we know for sure is that a tank, but the IDF says by mistake, but we are not sure about this. They hit the church directly, the Church of the Holy Family, the Latin Church. There are 4 people seriously wounded. Among these 4, 2 are in very dramatic conditions and their lives are in serious danger. 3 people were killed in the supposed intentional Israeli strike on the church in the Gaza Strip. Now, the IDF investigated the incident and found that fragments from a shell fired during operational activity in the area hit the church mistakenly. The IDF issued a statement saying this: the IDF directs its strikes solely at military targets and makes every feasible effort to mitigate harm to civilians and religious structures and regrets any unintentional damage caused to them. Pope Leo was very quick to condemn the incident, expressing deep sorrow over the event. He said,
"Wait, are these guys Jewish?
The Israel guys?
Yeah. Where's his yarmulke? I don't see it.
AP thinks if you're not wearing a yarmulke, you're not Jewish.
Where's his kippah?
Dude,
where's your kippah?
Dude, the yarmulke doesn't make you Jewish. It's the magic Jew blood.
Oh, wait, they aren't Jewish?
They're not?
Wait, they're Christians? What?
What?
Wait, somebody should have told me that. I thought they were Jewish. He's a Christian. No, they're Christians. They're Christian. What? The entire time I thought they were Jewish, man.
So they don't have magic Jew blood.
They're not Jews. The Israel guys are evangelical Christians. That's funny.
That is funny.
I had no idea. I went into this thinking they're Jews. Very devout evangelical Christians. They're Christians who live in Israel. Hey, here is an idea. Why doesn't Tucker Carlson have these guys on? Why doesn't Tucker Carlson invite Israeli Christians?
very quick to condemn the incident, expressing deep sorrow over the event. He said, "I am deeply saddened to learn of the loss of life and injury caused by the military attack on the Holy Family Catholic Church in Gaza. I assure the parish community of my spiritual closeness."
Music Maniac said there are Israelis who live in Christians. See?
Commend the souls of the deceased to the loving mercy of the Almighty God and prayed for their families and for the injured. I renew my call for an immediate ceasefire. Only dialogue and reconciliation can ensure enduring peace, end quote. Did the Pope really?
All right, so I got the point. I'm going to check out their other stuff here. Somebody said there's another video of them going to the church site and all that. What actually happened? We'll check it out. We'll check it out. For now, David, anything else? Kenton, whoever recommended Israeli guys, very, very nicely done. I appreciate it, and I'll check it out. I will check it out.
Can you imagine Tucker? Can you imagine Tucker interviewing these guys? He give him the harsh treatment. Be like, my first question is, what's the air velocity? What's the air velocity of an unladen swallow? What? We don't know. Yes. You don't know?
Oh wait, the Israeli guys follow me on Twitter. That's funny. Okay, I guess I could just.
So these guys have been trying to be buddies this entire time. You just ignore them like a typical Turk.
That's what they do. That's what we do. All right, man. Anything else, David?
No, I'm looking up the Israel guys. The Israel guys.
Ken Park said, "Should I leave my best friend's Catholic Bible study? Every time I go, they joke and spread anti-Jew conspiracy theories. I think you should tell them to inform themselves."
How come all these people follow you and don't follow me?
Because you're not interesting.
You're the first person in history who's ever said P. Wood is not interesting. I may not be many things, but interesting I am.
Indeed. That reminds me, I need to watch the new Naked Gun movie. Oh
yeah, what are the reviews on that? Is it good or suck?
They're very good, man.
The Naked Gun.
The reviews are pretty good. Need to watch it. All right, talk with your priest. Don't leave Orthodoxy.
89% positive reviews. I was not expecting that. Every time they do a reboot lately, it sucks.
Oh, it looks pretty good.
Oh, no, it's not even a reboot. He's his son. Okay, that makes sense. But
Yeah.
yeah, anytime they try and bring back something from the 80s, it always sucks.
Ashmay said, told Pizza Pala pro-Israel can't say so, Pali Wrath. Powerful. Pali Wrath. Nice. Yeah. So once again, for all those who want to email my priest and all that, there is no need for that. Thanks to you guys. There's no need for that anymore. There's no place to send an email to, nothing to message. I am from now on going to the Universal Church, the traditional Universal Church. So no more messages necessary. Thanks, everybody. All right, David, are you going live tomorrow on David's Woods channel or what?
Oh, yeah, we should. I normally do This Week in Jihad, but Robert is not free.
The last hour would not come unless the Muslims would fight against the Jews, and the Muslims would kill them until the Jews would hide themselves.
Not bad. All right. Thanks everybody for watching. We will be back tomorrow, inshallah. Inshallah. Until then, as always, where's my going? Which translates to the following words in the English language, which our goat friend has learned, just so he can translate it for us.
Stay away from Islam.
Beautiful.